back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-885-9955. 800-885-9955. That's 800-885-9955.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
97.5 The Fanatic is an equal opportunity employer and is dedicated to performing broad outreach to fill job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our job postings should contact the Fanatic's business office by calling 610-771-9750. We also encourage listeners to visit bbgi.com, where you'll find an online listing of job openings at Beasley Media Group, LLC.
There is a place outside of Philadelphia where the aroma of freshly baked bread brings you back to more traditional times. The era when families join together to enjoy an authentic old world taste with traditional recipes and fresh ingredients. That time and place still exists at Corpele's Italian Bakery and Deli. Since 1924, now 4 generations and 4 locations. The Corpele's family has been bringing you back to a more nostalgic time by sharing their favorite recipes and consistently adding new flavors for new traditions. While Corpele's Italian Bakery and Deli is well known for their famous tomato pie, voted best in Philadelphia, nothing compares to their fresh baked bread and strombolis, handmade pastries, cookies, pies, and a wide range of custom cakes. For a list of locations and all your party needs, explore more at corpelesbakery.com.
If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with breast cancer, breastcancer.org is here to help. Find free expert guidance online. Learn about breast cancer risk, diagnosis, treatments, side effects, and managing life during cancer. Join breastcancer.org's online community to connect with others who know just what you're going through. Our mission is to empower you to make the best decisions for your life. No one should face breast cancer alone. Find support at breastcancer.org.
Adam Schefter plays on one station in Philly, 97.5 The Fanatic. WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
Yes, it does. The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hopefully your Wednesday morning is going to be one that's outstanding. We'll have Adam Schefter join us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk about the latest around your Philadelphia Eagles, which will control a lot of the conversation this morning as the 8-1 Eagles get ready to take on the Colts this week in Indianapolis with head coach Jeff Saturday taking over. Bradford White water heaters are here for the pro. Bradford White brings you the 6 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show. My positive thought this morning was not only do the Eagles have the ability to right their own ship, they've got the ability for others to help right the ship for them too. In the NFC, there are many opportunities in the coming weeks for where teams are playing each other. So teams are going to get knocked out of the equation. Had a gentleman say to me yesterday, boy, we really got to be big Titans fans on Thursday night. So I answered Alan on email and said, well, why are we big Titans fans? Just because they're playing the Packers? He said, the Packers scare me. And here's something that I just would sort of start with today. If you're scared of the 6-loss Packers and you're an Eagles fan, I think you really don't believe in the Eagles. And if you feel that way, I can't change your opinion. You're watching the games as I am. You may have a very bright football mind. You may be a guy who's watched a ton of football and you understand these things. But if you really believe the Eagles are a Super Bowl contender and you're worried about the 4-6 Packers potentially being somebody that needs to be gotten out of their way, that tells me you don't believe in the Eagles. You don't believe they're 8-1. I mean, you believe they're 8-1. You know they're 8-1, but you don't believe in them. You don't believe in the record. And honestly, it's something I thought about in the ride to work a lot this morning is just from surveying Best Show Ever yesterday, Cuz Radio, reading stuff on social media, which always creates its own level of interest. I believe the majority opinion, and I'm saying 51% of the fan base opinion, doesn't believe they're an 8-1 football team. From their commentary, from their self-doubt, from worrying about the Packers. I saw a local media member obsessing on the Buccaneers. Well, the Buccaneers at 5-5, man, they're a real dangerous team to the Eagles. And I'm going, okay, well, then you don't believe the Eagles are an 8-1 team. You don't believe they're as good as their record says they are. And you know what? I wish I could tell you that you are 100% wrong, but I can't. I believe you're wrong. I believe you're absolutely wrong, but I can't. And I think there's a lot of self-doubt that creeped in. And I just got to wonder, if Dallas Goedert doesn't get injured, by the way, while he's pulled down by a face mask, and the Eagles win that game on Monday night, and they're 9-0, are any of those conversations being had or being valid? And that's
Probably
where we
not.
begin, Bobby.
No, this is a reactionary town. Welcome to Philadelphia. It's what you do. You lose a Monday night game to a team you're double-digit favorites against. And, yeah, not that the sky is falling, but, you know, there's starting to be the clouds are starting to gather a little bit more. The total sunshine isn't there. There's concerns about the way this team performs, about the injuries, about that game the other night. Is there a lull in this team right now because they've played 2 very mediocre games in their past 2, and some may even say bad on Monday night. So, look, the Eagles are 8-1. Yes, it's been a great start to the season so far. But it's like you said a couple of weeks ago. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFC? Right now they are.
Right now they are.
That was 3 weeks ago.
Yep. No, I believe right now they are.
But this is how it's going to go. I'm not.
I still think they are.
Yeah,
Despite
I know
the
you
loss
do.
to Washington,
Yeah,
I believe they are.
I can't definitively say that. And that's just the
but
ride
are you worried
of the
about
season.
the Packers?
No, I'm not. I don't really worry about.
No, but I'm saying is, I got people telling me, well, the Packers and the Buccaneers, 5 and 6 lost teams, they're concerned about.
Well, look, I mean, hosting I'll do. You know what I preach again. Looking down, would you like to host an Aaron Rodgers in a playoff game here or a Tom Brady here? I mean, it's a little more scary than having a Kirk Cousins or somebody else.
Not if it's a 9-8 Packers team, yeah, I'll take my chances. If the Eagles are a 14-3 Eagles team,
Sure, I mean, you're going to be the favorite.
I'm going to feel good about it.
Yeah, but I understand what the guy's saying.
I get it.
Like, you want to get the best players out of the way. So, yeah, the more Aaron Rodgers can lose, and you don't have to worry about him, great. The more Tom Brady doesn't look like he might be coming back a little bit, get him away, great. You know, you're talking about two of the all-time greats there. But again, I'll circle back. I think instead of the Packers, instead of Tampa Bay, you got to keep it in the bucket here.
And you mean the NFC East bucket.
And more even closer, keep it in the Eagles bucket. They have to figure some things out. They have to get out of this little doldrum that they're in. Hopefully you can do it against an Indianapolis team this Sunday. And, you know, we'll talk about their running game, all the different things. But there's reason to be scratching your head on this Eagles team a little bit right now, and a lot of it has to do with injury.
Pat, I'm surrounded by a lot of Eagles naysayers within bloodline, friend line, otherwise. And yesterday I just asked every one of them one question. Every time they came with a gloom and doom scenario, I said, can you tell me when any other team in the NFL this season has not had their doldrums, has not had their down cycle, has not had their bad loss? And they're like, well, Minnesota. And I said, well, they lost to the Eagles. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I understand the mentality of the fan base. I don't get it. After that loss to the Commanders. It sucked. But it was a bunch of self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah, very reactionary, but very avoidable.
Extremely avoidable.
Yeah, but I think it goes back to our reactionary nature as fans. So, you know, you might have questioned if they were legit deep down because you didn't know because they were facing bad opponents. And in that situation, they're in a no-win situation with you, really, because they can't change their schedule.
Yes.
But then they go out there and they face a double-digit underdog and they end up laying an egg, which, by the way, we all predicted at some point. We all said, there's a loss in there somewhere.
There's going to be a loss. I didn't expect it that night, but...
No, neither did I. I mean, everybody at the station picked the Eagles. Everybody out there pretty much picked the Eagles. There weren't a lot of people that were championing for the Commanders on that Monday night. So
even within the Commanders fan base, there wasn't.
And, look, I mean, they had a hiccup. It happens. But it wasn't like, it wasn't a loss where Jalen Hurts is dropping back and throwing into triple coverage and you're going, what the hell are you doing? It wasn't a loss where it was like egregious fumbles aren't fixable.
Does a self-inflicted wound loss bother you less than a loss like Pat just described, where you play like absolute crap and you're throwing the ball indiscriminately and making bad mistakes? To me, the loss where you shoot yourselves in the foot, that's the easiest loss to remedy.
Yeah, probably. I mean, and the anomaly of the game is what it was. 81 plays by Washington to 47 to the Eagles.
It was a weird night, yeah.
It was a weird night. One of the stats I pulled up today. So, starting their second drive, okay? Washington's second drive. We know they fumbled on the first drive. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth drive, they averaged 12 and a half plays, 62 yards, and scored 5 straight times. 2 touchdowns and 3 field goals. Think about that. They averaged 13 plays a drive in 5 straight drives. That's horrible.
It's terrible.
I mean, you got to get off the field. So in that's not shooting yourself in the foot as much as it's just not playing good defense. And Jonathan Gannon, the keep in front. I watched a little bit. I'm going to watch the whole game again today. But keeping things in front of you and not getting beat deep. We were talking about they only averaged 3.7 yards a carry. Okay, you only need to average 3.3. And you run it 3 times, that's a first down. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what was happening.
No,
they
it
just
really
kept
did
running.
Seem that way.
It did. And yeah, you only gave up 3.7. Okay, you didn't give up big chunks, but you gave up enough that they had 21 third downs, which is just incredible. So there's things to fix. You used the phrase doom and gloom talking to some of your people, John.
I swear I am surrounded by that segment of the fan base.
I don't get that at all.
I am not like them at all.
Yeah.
I am not like it. Like, I am not the gloom and doom. I just don't I don't overreact to one loss.
Yeah, I don't. I had,
and I'm surrounded by a lot of negative feelings about this team right now.
Huh.
And it sucks.
Pat, we got to get him new people to be around.
Swear
did
to
you? I honestly, I did not get doom and gloom from anyone. I got more of what Pat said. Okay.
Did you listen
know what's going to happen?
Though?
Listen
to this
what?
station?
I don't listen 24/7 like you.
No, it's not 24/7. I listen on the ride home. I listen on my walk. And I swear to you, I was. Oh man, well now this is just gloomy. And by the way, the whole Gannon was the reason they lost. I didn't realize that Gannon was the reason they lost the game until I listened to the station yesterday. And then NFL Live did a beautiful thing yesterday showing you where the Eagles' defensive players played a horrible game. It wasn't that they were put in bad position. It was that they played horribly. They failed to execute, and they tackled like crap. Well, and last time I looked, there isn't a coach that tackles. It was a bad game plan. I didn't like the game plan, and I questioned the game plan. But the players played like crap, and they didn't tackle at all. They were terrible tackling. They were terrible in coverage. Darius Slay had his arguably worst game as an Eagle. That isn't Jonathan Gannon. That's poor execution.
Sorry, I can't say that because I don't know. Poor execution. Hold on. Poor execution. Well, what are they executing? Who's telling them how to execute?
On tackle?
Tackle, they're not good at tackling. We know that. We've talked about that. That's a forever thing.
It costs them over and over.
And that's exactly. But the keeping the ball in front of you, the non-attacking stuff, the inability to adjust. How about maybe a run blitz or something to try to fill some gaps when you have guards pulling and tackles pulling? Like I just didn't see anything. I saw Jonathan Gannon just throwing stuff out there, and it was the same. I
hated the game plan. But what the game plan was shouldn't have been executed so poorly. Both statements can stand independently of each other.
Sure.
They didn't tackle consistently. They gave them yards after contact. Washington just dominated them. They weren't bringing guys down. That running game isn't as successful if you just tackle, if you can do the basics. And a coach can't do that for you during the game. He can't ask you to do things. And they showed 4 different times where Darius Slay was exploited on Sunday. He has been spectacular. So I'm willing to go, good. And guess what? Bad day at the office. That's just a bad day. But he had a terrible game. That didn't need to be a terrible game. And it wasn't because of the position he was put in. It was because of the fact that he took bad routes. He didn't do what they expected him to be able to do.
I can't speak to positions to where they were supposed to be. Because I don't know exactly what scheme-wise, exactly what Jonathan Gannon was doing. But to the naked eye who's not in those rooms, there were just no adjustments, man. It was almost the practice of insanity.
I hated the no pressure, too.
Yeah, try something different.
I hated the game plan. But the game plan that was called could have been executed far better because the players had opportunities to make plays and they didn't make them. They were put in position to make plays that they didn't make. So both statements have to be discussed. Paul Domowitch, by the way, the great Paul Domowitch, did exactly what I was asking for yesterday, Bob, when I didn't have time to do the math. Washington converted 12 of 21 third downs versus the Eagles. 11 of those 21 were 1 to 3 yards.
Yeah.
And they got 8 of them converted. And they converted 4 that were between 4 and 6 yards. I mean, that's good work by Damo. Yeah. Grandpa Damo out there doing a great job. And I should have known. If I could have just turned to Paul Domowitch in the morning, he always had that stuff for you.
And that was great work. The legend.
Hey, shop Thanksgiving at Whole Foods Market. Organic fresh whole turkeys are just $2.99 per pound, and fresh whole turkeys are just $1.99 per pound while supplies last. Shop in-store or online, and terms do apply. The Dallas Goedert injury, no announcement by the Eagles of the official injury. But a shoulder injury when he was dragged down, and as John Clark had on his feed, he's expected to miss time with the shoulder injury that came during the drag down. Pat, I would suggest that pisses you off even more about the missed call.
Yeah.
And now we're going to miss one of the best players in the team.
Yeah, that sucks. You missed the call, and then you probably saw. I mean, it didn't help the injury, I assume. So it's a big target, but luckily they have other people out there. So I'm not overly concerned. I mean, he's not going to miss the season. So
well, this was Bob's topic last week. Just last week on the show, you did this topic.
Yeah,
who was the player that couldn't be lost to the Eagles' offense? So, Pat, are we blaming Bob for it, the injury, or not?
No,
no, we're not.
Because
it was a very insightful topic.
Yeah, because Dallas Goedert wasn't my pick. So, Bob, you're fine.
What do you, Bob? How concerned are you, though?
It's concerning, very concerning. You're talking about a secondary tight end who's mainly used as a blocker. You're talking Tyree Jackson coming up, a guy that was a quarterback, and now you're going to plug him in because he's 6'7" and athletic, and everybody was excited. I saw one of the beats say yesterday he warms up really well, so it'll be exciting.
What's that mean?
I don't know. So we'll see how it plays out. But look, that's a big part of your passing game. So what does it turn to? Maybe it turns to a little bit more Miles Sanders. Maybe it turns to a little bit more Zach Pascal.
Who was that? Miles who?
The guy that had one carry in the first half.
Miles Sanders. Yeah, that's again the best offensive line in football running the football, right? That's what I'm always told. Yeah, that might be something where the coaches can put the players in a better position. Hey, there's no better place to watch football than your local P.J. Wellahan's. Every seat is terrific. Tons of great TVs, great beer, burgers, and wings. We all love PJ's. Tomorrow we'll be at PJ's in Horsham tomorrow night. Already had a few inquiries from people on email. We will be in Horsham tomorrow with you for a PJ's happy hour, 5 to 7 p.m., and we hope that you will meet us there. Kareem in Philadelphia gets us rolling this morning at 610-632-0975. Kareem, what are you tired of, buddy?
And I'm tired of these fair weather fans that every time these Eagles lose or something that they jump off this bandwagon. First of all, I'm not afraid of any team in the NFC or the AFC for that matter. I'm going to tell you this. The biggest threat to the Eagles is the Eagles themselves. Everything that happened to the Eagles, besides for that personal foul that wasn't called, was the Eagles imposing things on themselves. The fumbles, the 9 times out of 10, A.J. Brown will grab that ball and hold on to it. That was a perfectly thrown ball by Jalen Hurts that was taken away in an interception.
Perfectly. That ball was amazingly thrown.
Exactly. So it wasn't as if we went out there and played it. Defensively, we played a horrible game. Offensively, we played the incomplete game. It wasn't horrible, and I think that was the thing. They was allowing Washington to drive down the field and eat up time because they was feeling as though they could score quickly. And then as though we was thinking that we could score quickly, we wasn't expecting the turnovers and the way that the game played out. But I'm not looking at no team. I'm looking at
You're just looking at what the Eagles need to do to fix this thing up.
No, it's really nothing that they need to do. They need to just come out and execute.
You got it.
This Sunday.
Kareem, you and I need to start hanging out because I hang out around a lot of people who have a lot of doubts. I'm glad you don't. I mean, it sounds like you do, though. Is that because you're like, yeah, I do. I believe definitively the Eagles are the best team in the NFC today. Definitively. They're the best team in the NFC.
Minnesota's playing really good football right now.
They are. Absolutely are. I believe the Eagles are the best team in the NFC.
I don't know. All the people that I talk to and everything about this and people that listen, whatever. I had a doctor's appointment last night. She was a huge Eagles fan, and she's saying, like, okay, well, they're going to lose a game. You lose a game. That's what it is. I think and you listened more than I did yesterday. I'm surprised.
I thought it had a negative tone yesterday.
I thought the majority of Eagles fans, I thought from what I was gathering, were just kind of like, okay, bad loss, this needs to be better, whatever, but not overly like, oh, this isn't good. I thought it was more, those things are going to happen.
Pat, I know when you and Coach probably both got to listen to this, did you feel there was a poll, or did you feel like people were still very positive?
No, I mean, probably middle. It's hard to be positive after losing a game.
Correct.
Especially the way they lost, so it's hard to be positive. But look, I've been at this station through the good times and the bad. I didn't sense that it was nearly the bad times. The panic in the streets, the fire everybody, this is the worst.
Well, you can't be there at 8-1.
And that's the thing. Like, I think it was a measured Philadelphia approach to a loss.
Coach, you've obviously been here a long time.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of negative yesterday. Not a lot. I heard a lot of kind of everybody just being like, okay. We weren't going to go 17-0, so okay.
I'm glad the not going 17-0 was a realistic thing because I certainly didn't expect 17-0. I don't know anybody.
Never really entered my mind.
Well, there were a lot of people doing talk shows last week in this market and writing columns and everything about can they go undefeated. And I'm just like, it was 8-0. I didn't understand it then. I don't understand it now.
I mean, you could say my name. I'm right here.
Did you really?
Well, I had the thought.
You had the thought?
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't believe it, though.
I didn't do a show on it, but I had the
thought.
But
you didn't believe it.
I didn't believe it because I thought they'd rest their starters.
Correct. And that was the big reason why I didn't believe it either. I thought there was no way. You brought up, Pat, you just brought it to Thanksgiving.
Yes.
When you did the topic on the show, you brought it to Thanksgiving, and I absolutely saw them getting to Thanksgiving undefeated because I thought they'd beat the Commanders and I thought they'd beat the Colts. Well, one of them tripped up. Now you got to go beat the Colts.
Without your starting tight end.
Now you got to beat the Colts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Shane Steichen and Nick Sirianni go about offensively this week in Indianapolis. Look, it's kind of a game you have to have, in my mind, a business approach to. All right, let's go in there. Let's control the ball. Let's make sure that, we don't let Jonathan Taylor go off. This is a team we should beat, so let's go in there and get our business done. If anything that a loss does like that, we saw a lot of it, and people said, "Oh, that was the kick in the ass they needed." Okay, I'm not big on that. Having been around athletes in pro sports before, I don't think ass kicking sometimes is as prominent to players and coaches as fans might think. But I will say that it probably dials you in a little bit more to, okay, let's not let this little bad part grow anymore.
I got to tell you this, though. The respect that I have for Nick Sirianni, the respect I have for the veteran leadership in the room, the respect I have for Brandon Graham and his taking of responsibility and saying, look, it's all on me. I thought he was going to get up and misread the situation, and I hit him.
Yeah.
That's veteran leadership, and that's accountability, and that's the guy Brandon Graham is.
Absolutely.
And he always has been. And and it makes me respect the whole approach that they're taking more, and it gives me more confidence that they'll be fine moving forward.
Yeah.
Which is good.
I agree. I have no problem with that.
Like that a lot.
97.5.
Gotta love it. There is reason to think that the run defense is going to need a little bit of a tweak, but maybe not. Got some numbers that'll tell you that could be a problem. That is easily fixed. John Kincade show on The Fanatic. The cold weather has definitely arrived. It's freezing outside. And if your furnace is kicking on and all of a sudden you realize you ain't getting the heat that you think you deserve, this is your reminder to call H&H Heating and Air Conditioning today to schedule a tune-up. Get this taken care of. A $59 gas furnace tune-up, including a carbon monoxide safety check from H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. You can find them on the web at delcohvac.com. You may just need the tune-up, but if you need a new system, H&H has rebates up to $1,500 or 0% financing for 18 months if you're a qualified buyer. Every single homeowner needs a trusted heating and air conditioning contractor. I trust DelcoHVAC.com. The Hoke brothers have been doing this since 1985. They're great, great people. And if you schedule your $59 tune-up now, you're going to see why they have over 1,000 five-star reviews. Go to DelcoHVAC.com. That's DelcoHVAC.com. Tell them Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. Hey, Philly, don't miss the AAC showdown when Temple football battles number 22 Cincinnati this Saturday at 4 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. Kids' tickets on game day are only $10. Visit owlstix.com.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. People ask, what does this mean, I hate Steven Singer? Well, most other jewelers love to sell diamond studs that are cheap. They have a name for it, frozen spit. I'm serious. That's what other jewelers call their own products, frozen spit. Can you imagine buying a cloudy diamond that's milky color? Oh my. Buy real diamonds from a real jeweler. Steven Singer Jewelers, who backs up every diamond with a real lifetime full trade-in value. The best money-back guarantee in the business. Here's why. Other jewelers hate our beautiful Anita diamond studs because ours are 100% eye flawless and near colorless. Beautiful stuff. They come complete with our 14-karat safety silicone backs, so she never has to worry about losing them or outgrowing them because our diamonds are such nice quality that we offer everyone a lifetime upgrade. You can trade in your Anita diamond studs and get exactly what you paid for them. I wish I could trade in my old iPhone and get what I paid. Visit me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo. If you're looking for a new vehicle this fall, then visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury. They're offering huge savings and competitive financing rates to well-qualified buyers. New vehicles like the GMC Sierra and Acadia or the Buick Enclave are arriving daily, so reserve yours now with no additional dealer fees or markups. When it comes to honest pricing and dedicated service, you can always count on Barlow. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop online at barlowautogroup.com. Experience the new Buick. GMC, we are professional grade.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hey, it's Cuz. Score the biggest savings of the year during Colonial Marble and Granite's Black Friday Super Sale. Save 30% off all stone kitchen countertops, 35% off all kitchen cabinetry, plus 60% off select exotic stone. Get zero money down, 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. Get that kitchen and bathroom of your dreams. Stop into one of their area showrooms or at colonialmarble.net and tell them Cuz sent you.
Hi, it's John Kincade for College Ave Student Loans. If you're high school seniors looking for scholarships this fall, College Ave is here for you. They're giving away $5,000 right now. Just go to collegeave.com/college before November 30th to enter to win. It's fast, it's easy, and could have a big impact on your college cost. College Ave wants to help you have a stress-free college experience. So don't miss out. $5,000 is available to you at collegeave.com/college. No purchase necessary to enter or win. See official rules for details.
Come revel and make memories with Men in Blazers as they embark on their nationwide celebration of soccer on Friday, November 25th at the Theater of Living Arts. Their goal is to raise a glass and relive the day's action in the company of a slew of special guests. No matter what happens on the field, we can win the match together. Don't miss Men in Blazers on Friday, November 25th at the Theater of Living Arts. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
With more than 75 local businesses, you'll find something for everyone on your gift list at the Berlin Farmers Market. Shop a great selection of toys, sports, jewelry, clothes, video games and electronics, candy and sweets, and so much more, all under one roof. The Berlin Farmers Market is decorated for the holidays and open on Wednesday, November 23rd, Black Friday, Saturday, November 26th, and Sunday the 27th. For hours, info, directions, and more, visit berlinfarmersmarket.com. Berlin Farmers Market. Shop, eat, enjoy, local.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here. Plan your game days at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, the ultimate game day watch party headquarters, presented by Bud Light. Catch all the action at Sports and Social or Center Bar with giveaways, contests, and special alumni appearances. Sip on specialty cocktails at the Prime Rib. Try Philly favorites with a twist at Luck Fu, like cheesesteak egg rolls or the Philly Roll. Plus, enjoy $5 Bud Lights every game. Game days at Live, presented by Bud Light. To learn more, visit livecasinophilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Hey guys, if you're suffering from fatigue, low energy, trouble sleeping, ED, or a decreased sex drive, you may have low testosterone. No big deal. Here's what you need to do. Go get checked today. Call Iron Mountain Men's Health or visit ironmountainmenshealth.com to set up a free consultation. Dr. Avidan Appel, he's over at Iron Mountain Men's Health, and he has treated thousands of patients with success rates as high as 90%. What they do is they specialize in custom treatment plans for each individual, with patients experiencing results typically in just a few weeks. Consultations are free, and even more importantly, pressure-free. So you can't lose. Dr. Appel, I've been telling you for years, he's such a good dude, and he's simply the best. If you want to feel back to normal with better strength, energy, and a higher libido, set up your appointment at ironmountainmenshealth.com or call 215-659-3770. That's 215-659-3770. Tell them I sent you. Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Broaden Market, 22nd and South, and Cooney's Corner. Where else would you want to hang out? Back to the John Kincade Show.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. You know, if you got a high school senior, you need to visit collegeav.com. You can enter to win a $5,000 scholarship, and there's no purchase necessary. They'll help you breathe easier. Visit collegeav.com. Get that process going, and a lot of college kids sitting on pins and high school kids, sitting on pins and needles, because next week is the big week. Next week is the week that the letters start really rolling in. Thanksgiving week. And so there's a lot of kids probably sitting right now wondering when it's going to happen. So congratulations to all those families out there, and hopefully you have some great success. Go get yourself some money with College Ave. I want to get to Eric in Marlton. He was holding on about the Eagles topic we were discussing earlier. Eric, good morning. You're on The Fanatic.
Good morning, guys. I just want to let you know this is my favorite show, period.
Thanks, buddy.
Politics, music, anything.
I appreciate it.
I'm from Brooklyn. I live in South Jersey now for 6 years. I'm a Jets fan, unfortunately, but that's not what I call.
Why you say unfortunately? You're finally on the uptick.
Yeah.
I know, but as a Jets fan, I live in the negative, so I'm just.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're ahead of the Bills in the standings right now.
And I have family in Buffalo, and I let them know every day. I love you guys. I just wanted to tell you that I watched every Eagles game the last few years, and this year even more closely, and it was just one loss. Yeah, it stinks that it was to a Carson Wentz Washington team, even though he didn't play. But this Eagles team, and I'm not an Eagles fan, although I do hate the Giants. I'm not an Eagles fan, but I think that the Eagles are not only the best team in the NFC, I think they're the best team in football, period. I think they would beat the Chiefs and would beat the Bills, and the Bills look super vulnerable right now. I really, honestly, with no stones in it, think the Eagles are the best team in football.
I got to tell you, I don't think it's, Eric, I don't think it's like a hands down, like by a large margin, but I do believe they are. And I think their resume proves that they are.
Yeah, I really do agree with you. I don't know, but I don't think it's by a large margin either. But in football, it's all about game of inches, right? And I think they are, clearly, not by a lot, but clearly the best team in football. So
thank you, buddy.
Have a good day.
See you soon, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, look, they throw in a really good performance against Indianapolis. Now, despite Indianapolis being where they are with Jeff Saturday as their coach and whatnot, the Eagles throw in a really good performance, a solid performance. Yeah, I mean, this fan base will get right back on top and probably be where Eric is, saying they're the best team in football. You need that really good performance, though, for reassurance. I mean, they haven't looked good their last two games. And vulnerability is starting to show if you take the last month when you're talking about defending against the run. So these are all things that need to be shored up. This is the wave that is an NFL season, and the best teams rise above like a little low, and that's what they have to do this week.
If you've got the NFL Plus app and you can go back and you can watch the 15-minute game, I want you to watch something, and I think there'll be a giant thing that stands out to you. Well, one, that there's a giant knot in the middle of your defense that was absolutely crushing it in run defense, and that is Jordan Davis not being there. But the fact how often the Eagles were going with a two-linebacker look and how often that the linebackers are being exploited. This linebacking crew had a terrible game, and they don't tackle well in the running game. They don't. They get carried. They get carried for 2 extra yards, 1 extra yard, 3 extra yards consistently. And it's something, again, that I don't think is being talked about. So I then put that towards Jonathan Gannon. I don't think he's got a lot of – I think the linebackers – I'm not going to go as far as to say exposed, but this is the Achilles heel of that linebacking core. They can move. They can't tackle. They do not tackle well.
Yeah,
and it's over and over again that they do not tackle well.
Too many times you saw the pile move on Monday night. You know, like Robinson going into the line. It looks like, okay, 2-yard gain, and then it's 3, 4, 5 because that pile just kept moving. I told you yesterday the one image that just stuck into my head was Fletcher Cox with his arms wrapped around the waist. I think it was Robinson, and Robinson just keeping his legs moving, and Fletcher Cox couldn't really get him down, and it was an additional 2 or 3 yards. Jordan Davis, yes, he's missed. Jordan Davis, when he comes back, I hope to God can at least stay on the field for at least 50% of the time. Jordan Davis has to elevate himself to be either relied on, that he can be out there 50, 60, 70% of the time, or get himself in shape that he can be on there. Whatever the case may be, he's got to be out there almost all the time. And he's got to play himself into that. Or Jonathan Gannon has to trust him that I can have him out there on passing downs, and it won't be affected because they're just too small. You look at it straight across. Hargrave is he's a fat ass, so that's good. That's fine. But after that, like the Josh
Sweat. You're saying that in a very fond way.
Oh, God, yeah. Josh Sweat, Robert Quinn, Brandon Graham. I mean, you're talking about light guys there. And there's just not a lot of beef in there. And that's why Jordan Davis steps out as much as he does. And it's why they need him in there. He can't be available, but only be playing him 20% of the time. This dude's got to play 60% of the time. He's got to.
Coming off an injury.
I know it's going to be. He's going to have to get himself back into shape again, and all of that.
He's playing 20% of the time when he's 100% healthy.
Right. Good point.
So coming off an ankle injury,
then that's also you don't know what you're getting. Right?
Yeah,
Pat?
They're not going to be playing. They're not going to go. All right, Jordan. Let's play 40% of the snaps.
Right. That's why I'm saying he's got to play himself into it. And even when he was healthy, Pat, you make a great point. Even when he was healthy at the beginning of the year, they weren't either trusting him enough or he wasn't able to go more than that 20, 25%.
In Cooney's corner, he thinks that this is the time we're going to find out how good this Eagles team really is. So speaking to whether they're the best team in the NFL or not.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's corner.
Yeah, I think some of the reason that maybe, John, you said you heard it and you've talked to some people, that the overreaction of, here we go, is because we have seen it in years past where a good start turns into 2, 3 losses in a row, and a 5-1 season turns into a 500 season. And, that's what stays in your memory banks more so than the goodness. That's just what happens in fans.
It happens.
And especially here in Philadelphia. So, are you still one of the best teams in the NFL after a bad loss, a really bad loss? Well, now's the time you find out. And this is when I always look at teams and I say, okay, they're elite. And that's when times are tough. Times are tough because Dallas Goedert's out. Times are tough because your defense isn't doing very well against the run. Times are tough because a lot of the fan base, I can't speak for the players, but a lot of the fan base is thinking, man, is Jonathan Gannon the guy or not? So all these little doubts that start creeping in, the great teams, whether it's for a season or for a run of seasons, they come back with a vengeance and say, no, we erase that quickly. It's going to be hard without Dallas Goedert.
Make a statement.
Absolutely. It's going to be really hard without Dallas Goedert. So we talk about adjustments on the defensive side of the ball, which Jonathan Gannon has to do this weekend. I'm really looking to see, all right, how does Shane Steichen and Nick Sirianni handle this? Because you lost one of your best players, and he's going to be out for some weeks here. Somebody, I hate to step up. Somebody's got to step up. But you're going to have to look for somebody else to be more effective in your offensive game plan. And who is it? Who would you go to?
In my mind, I think it's really, really simple. I think it's something that I've been clamoring for. The Eagles are one of the least teams in the NFL for attempting to throw passes to their running backs. I don't understand where that went in your game plan. I don't understand why, unless it's just a trust factor. And seeing Kenneth Gainwell drop ball after ball right in his gut pisses me off. They obviously don't trust Miles Sanders a lot in the passing game. They got to bring that back in. They got to show that wrinkle again, and the Colts are a team you got to show that against. Pat, I know one of the guys you're going to be looking for to step up is a guy you're interested in seeing in Tyree Jackson.
Bite me, Kincade.
You like that, but you're looking for it.
Because my guy was Miles Sanders.
Really?
Bite me.
More and more and more?
Wow.
Light me?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're looking at the starters and the guys that are guaranteed play time, it's Miles Sanders. I mean, Quez Watkins, I did see a little bit
Sure you did.
on Monday. I mean, look, the catch, get up, fumble the ball, that teaching
terrible
moment. Yeah, but, we had a caller in the pregame show call up about Quez and brought up the end around, and then you saw it. So it seemed like it was a concentrated effort to kind of get him more involved in the game. I'd love to see, them just do short slot passes and get him going. But the main guy that I want is Miles Sanders. I mean, you brought it up, man. They've abandoned like the screen pass. They've abandoned any interest in getting him involved in the passing game. He's great running the ball, obviously. Like, let's see it now in another form that we've seen in the past.
I think they abandoned as bad as I don't understand why the offensive game plan didn't take more of the bullet for that loss on Monday night. It's as if Shane Steichen and Nick Sirianni went into panic mode. Panic, pass.
Yeah, the first half.
I don't understand it.
I'm screaming at the TV, run the ball. And then, when the game gets over, you look at it and you say, well, they barely had the ball. They only had it for 20 minutes. What are they going to do?
Yeah, but
and
is that
playing
chicken or
catch-up
the
an
egg?
awful lot. I hear you.
I think
how do you get back the ball from Washington, who had, like I told you, 5 straight drives of averaging 12 and a half plays and over, 13 minutes a drive? How do you do that? You hold on to the football. And you're the better team. You don't think, look, if we went into that game before Monday night and said the key to the Eagles tonight is keeping the ball away from the Washington Commanders. Are you kidding me? We would have been laughed out of Xfinity Live and out of, Victory Beer Hall.
And we sort of were laughed out of there anyway.
Yeah, but nobody would have thought that going into that Washington game. Oh, ball control is the key. But once the game starts going and you see what Washington's doing, it's incumbent upon Steichen and Gannon, or not Gannon, Steichen and Sirianni to say, all right, you know what? They're doing a really good job of holding this ball. We have to turn things around. We have a great running game. Offensive line, this is on you. Miles, Gainwell, Boston Scott, get ready because we're going to run the ball to control it a little bit more. But they had to wait until halftime until they adjusted. And that drives me nuts.
I look at it then, though, that big time, though, as a chicken and the egg, that they just didn't. They went away from the run. And I really looked at one point saying, wait a minute, your defense was on the field for 51 plays. Then you're going to come out in the second half and you're going to run the ball and you're going to give them even more extended rest. What did they do? Pass. And just pass happy.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. Didn't understand.
And I was listening to Anthony on the drive home yesterday, and he replayed Nick Sirianni from Monday night after the game. And Sirianni alluded to the defense and saying, yeah, we have to adjust quicker. Okay. That's part of it, but let's not forget that look in the mirror thing, too. Offense can help out your defense. You could have helped them out had you not been 3 and out, pass in a minute's time, and then allowing Washington to go to their strength on that night, and that was holding the ball and running the ball for 3.5 yards at a time and being able to stay on the field.
Love it. We have lots to look forward to, though, with the Colts and the Eagles coming up this weekend, and you guys will have pregame on Sunday morning.
Yeah, timeout on Pine. Pat's going to get us started in Huntington Valley. Pat will get it started at 9 o'clock. He'll go 9 to 10. Mm-hmm. And then me, Devon, and Jamie will be joining him at 10 o'clock, and we'll take you right up to the Eagles game.
Getting ready for that. Good to see Jamie and Devon as a part of the crew, too. It's a lot of fun. Come on out and see that. Now, Pat, we were talking there is that with Dallas Goedert out, said your eyeballs will be on Tyree Jackson.
Yeah, I want to finally see get a good look at him and find out if he's a building block or if he's just never really going to make it. We've been hearing about Tyree Jackson for, it seems like 3 years now, and they've been developing him. And he showed a glimpse in last season, and then he got injured, so can't blame him for that. But, he showed a little something, and you started to see what they were talking about. But I need to find out through this stretch if Tyree Jackson can be like the tight end version of Jordan Mailata, or if he's just never going to amount to much.
Now, he was injured before, so we've got he's coming off of an injury.
Yeah.
So that's the reason, because I've heard, I had someone say to me yesterday, well, if he was going to make any kind of a difference, why didn't they have him on beginning? I said, look, he's coming off an injury.
Yeah, major injury.
And by the way, I would think even he's going to have to be brought along slowly, but I want to see what he's got too. And his wingspan is supposedly ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a freak athlete. I mean, he was a quarterback at Buffalo. And I liked what I saw in the limited time from last season. I mean, so at this point, you got to figure out if you can kind of build him up, and maybe they can possibly have a situation like when Goddard came in and you had Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert, and you had, a 2 tight end set. They can't really do 2 tight end sets right now too much with Jack Stoll and Grant Calcaterra.
Well, the thing is, Calcaterra, he's in there to catch a pass.
Yeah.
He can't block.
Correct.
And if Stoll's in, he's in there. They're going to run the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the tell.
Yeah,
it's the poker game tell.
And now Tyree Jackson has to learn to do both, block and catch. But I want to find out. I think this injury could be a possible blessing in disguise because you'll finally get a good look at Tyree Jackson.
Do you think he's going to be on the active roster on Sunday?
I don't know. I mean, he could get activated.
I think he will. He could get activated. I don't think it's going to be for this game. I think it's going to be for the Packer game. Because coming on, I would imagine they're going to need more ramp-up time just for him to be able to get in and get the practice reps. And he's been in the classroom. From what I understand, he's been in the classroom the entire time.
Well, they took him off. He had the 3-week window, and that was 3 weeks ago. So from my understanding, he's been practicing with the team for 3 weeks, which is a good sign.
Yep.
But how much are you getting out of that when you have, Goddard still healthy and the other 2 tight ends that you mentioned? I'd be surprised if he's activated this week. But if he is, I sure as hell want to see him out there.
I think everybody does.
I mean, if he gets activated, that kind of tells you all that you need to know about Grant Calcaterra, even though he's a rookie. If the guy that was injured is getting activated over him, it's...
Well, I think you activate all 3, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess you would.
They have
yeah.
to. By the way, though, Stoll's been, when given an opportunity to catch a pass, he's caught some passes, right?
Yeah, he and Calcaterra, I think, have been positives.
I'm going to give that as hopefully that's a positive, too.
Yeah, well, I mean,
listen to that dip. I'm sorry, Pat, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, when Andre Dillard went down, it was like the woe is, oh my God, left tackle's going. It ended up being a blessing in disguise because you ended up finding Jordan Mailata. So I'm not saying that Tyree Jackson's going to usurp, Dallas Goedert on this roster or anything like that and take his job, but I think it's every team's goal to have, at this point, the 2 tight end monster, 2 pass catchers out there who can also block. If you can get that and you can develop them and show them once again that you've got this diamond in the rough that you've developed and come along slowly and ends up being something, it would be huge, especially for the cap situation too, because he's cheap.
Whatchamacallit, Dick Rod, is he on a roster, do we know right now? You think
I think he is.
I'm looking here.
I think he is. I think he is. That
Chargers. He's on the Chargers.
Yeah, that'd be one where they'd be willing to.
I mean, just listen to the dip that we're talking about, though. It's Dallas Goedert.
Well,
now we're talking about 3 tight ends. This was the one spot that I didn't think. I mean, take away quarterback, that you could really afford an injury. But like Pat said, thank God it's a few games and it's not going to be a season-ending type.
That's why you did this as a talking point.
Yeah, I when I saw the injury, I went, oh, that sucks. But I wasn't this like doom and gloom, and mainly because he'll be back for the season. He's not going to miss the full season. But if Miles Sanders went down, I probably would be a doom and gloom.
I got to tell you, I think and I think you made that point last week, Pat, too, is that the Miles Sanders loss, because my answer also was Goddard, thinking of Goddard, and then you're like, wow, if Miles Sanders goes down.
I'm not going to say because the last time I said it, look what happened.
Yeah, please, let's not even,
Everybody knows that God reads the Daily News.
We will see you in Horsham.
He knows who you are, Bob.
We will see you in Horsham tomorrow at PJ Wellahan's for happy hour. Hopefully you come on by 5 to 7 p.m. You'll have a chance to come on by. We'll look forward to seeing you there for a little PJ's action.
That was a great crowd last time we were out there.
They're fun people.
Yeah, that place was mobbed.
Fun people. Hopefully we'll have a good time there. And hopefully Pat, since you head back down that way, you will make sure that Haley heads back not towards Allentown.
I might have to give her a ride.
No, you are giving me a ride. You offered. I declined at first, but my other thing got canceled. So
ride was taken away, sir.
Oh,
hey, wait a minute. You rescind the offer?
I texted Bob yesterday. I'm trying to be a foxhole guy. I'm trying to show a new side of me. Right? So I texted him and I said, hey, if you want, I'll give you a ride to PJ's in Horsham.
Right.
You drive to the station, I'll pick you up. And he goes, no.
I didn't say no. I said I'm going to be a little late, and I don't want to hold you up.
Wait a minute. Did he text you back with that answer?
More or less.
Because when you said no, you made it sound like a condescending.
It was a no. I don't need your ride. I'm good.
But it was an NO. It was just an NO text. But you're reading into how people read.
You can clearly. It's like reading Schefter. You can clearly. Who would join us at 8:10. You can clearly read between the lines and figure out what Bob was saying.
Here's exactly. Would you like a ride on Thursday? I said I may be running a little late, but thank you so much. Wow. Okay. Have fun paying for your own gas, loser.
Oh,
okay,
well,
so if we're talking about who was a little...
It sort of changes the story.
Yeah.
A little bit.
No response after I called him a loser.
Okay, I had a doctor's appointment, so I was going to be a little late, but now I don't because of whatever. So,
I forgot about my response.
So what I mean is Pat's texts are like cable news. You cannot trust them. Because you cannot trust Pat's analysis of the text.
I mean, I don't see how you would read it.
Because Bob's was like really charming and sweet.
I appreciate the offer. I didn't want to hold him up, but now I'm free to go, Pat.
No, I got a book car.
Yeah.
So now you can.
Is Jack coming?
No, he's not.
There we go. We look forward to having you join us, though, tomorrow. We'll hopefully get a chance to see you there. All right. I do not believe the Eagles will become this year's Arizona Cardinals. I do not believe this is sky is falling. And I have a bunch of reasons why. But a bunch of those reasons don't have anything to do with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I guarantee that's going to cause a bit of a problem with Bob. So we'll get to that coming up. Thanks for hanging out with us. Remember, stay with the Fanatic all day long. Download the app. Make sure you're listening. And make sure you check out the online content at 97.5thefanatic.com, where you can always stream the station right there. It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I love the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. I love it. It's secure. It's safe. It's easy to use. It's everything I could possibly ever want in a digital casino and sportsbook. Now, I just dabbled in the casino stuff because I'm just really not I'm not that guy playing casino games on my phone, but I found that playing dollar blackjack is a little bit intriguing at times, especially when I'm trying to kill some time. But betting football's the way to go. You got college football. It's really heating up. You got the Birds on Sunday and double-digit favorites again. What does that tell you about Vegas's confidence in your football team? New users can get up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if your first bet's not a winner. Go to betparks.com. They've got all the terms and conditions, and you can bet on individual player performances like touchdowns, points, rebounds, and you will find out that the odds, the slots, the bets, and the games all come together on the BetParks app in perfect harmony. You must be 21 and present in the state of Pennsylvania or New Jersey. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
He's a very strange young man.
He's an idiot. Comes from upbringing.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
There is no doubt about it. Philadelphia sports fans bleed for their teams, and they bleed for each other, too. Every time they donate plasma at CSL Plasma Donation Centers. In fact, thousands of Philadelphia area residents have helped people they don't even know by donating plasma at a CSL Plasma Donation Center. Your plasma donations have helped create therapies for patients living with rare and serious diseases and have enabled us to provide medicines and vaccines to people in over 100 countries around the world. Interested in other ways you can partner with CSL to improve patients' quality of life? Ask about participating in one of our clinical trials or learn more at cslbearingtrials.com. We're proud to be part of this community, proud of our hometown teams, and the people who rally around them and each other. We look forward to meeting you and thanking you in person at events around the city. For all that you do, Philadelphia, we thank you, because together, we're saving lives.
If you've been waiting to buy new tires, your wait is over. Because the annual super sale at CJ's Tire and Automotive is here. Now through November 23rd, CJ's has cut prices on their massive inventory of tires to the lowest prices of the year. There's no better time to get a super deal on hand-cooked tires and be better prepared for the weather ahead. Hand-cooked tires are known for exceptional performance and value and are one of CJ's top-selling brands. Super deals, super savings. Details at cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Automotive. We're ready when you are.
'Tis the season of snowblowers and generators.
Lawn and Golf Supply in Phoenixville has every size snowblower in stock right now. Lawn and Golf also specializes in parts and services to keep your equipment running smoothly throughout all seasons. Now to the end of the year, Lawn and Golf is running specials on overflow inventory from spring and summer. I'm talking riding and zero-turn mowers. Go to lawn-golf.com for all your outdoor equipment needs. That's lawn-golf.com. Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville has you covered for all seasons.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
So sorry the food is late.
You should order through EasyCater. Professionally delivered on time and as ordered.
Totally would, but the E is broken on my keyboard.
Just get IT to fix it.
Totally would. Can't type the word help.
Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. That's our thing.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Price so amazingly low.
Bring more joy to your world when you find what you love and love what you find. Always lowest prices at Total Wine and More.
For all your printing needs this holiday, Staples has you covered.
I need custom printed holiday cards for my one-of-a-kind business.
Staples has you covered.
It's beginning to look a lot like I need custom party invites. Fast.
I need cards for everyone who gave me a hand this year without spending an arm and a leg.
Staples has you covered with personalized holiday cards and invites. And now save 40% on custom holiday cards and invitations. For everything you need printed, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online, ends 12/17. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Cleaning and repairing a building's wastewater pump system is a job, but someone has to do it, and in Philadelphia, that someone is Pumpman Philly. In fact, Pumpman Philly is #1 in everything related to your building's wastewater system, including #2s, troubleshooting, emergency repairs, maintenance, and system replacement. Trust Pumpman Philly to keep the go in your building's flow. 24/7, 365. Call 833-559-PUMP. That's 833-559-PUMP. PumpmanPhilly.com.
With more than 75 local businesses, you'll find something for everyone on your gift list at the Berlin Farmers Market. Shop a great selection of toys, sports, jewelry, clothes, video games and electronics, candy and sweets, and so much more, all under one roof. The Berlin Farmers Market is decorated for the holidays and open on Wednesday, November 23rd, Black Friday, Saturday, November 26th, and Sunday the 27th. For hours, info, directions, and more, visit BerlinFarmersMarket.com. Berlin Farmers Market. Shop, eat, enjoy, local.
FanDuel Casino is giving you a free chance to spin and win today and every day. Introducing FanDuel Casino Reward Machine, a free-to-play game giving you a shot to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus every day. It brings you all the excitement of playing FanDuel Casino games for free. Every day at 6 p.m., you get 3 chances to spin the Reward Machine reels. There are 3 ways you can win. 1, match any 3 symbols for an instant win. 2, collect symbols each day for a chance to win weekly prizes. Or 3, win up to $2,000 if you collect 3 trophies. So what are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Casino app by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and start playing Reward Machine today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. No purchase necessary, 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Are you a foxhole guy for the John Kincade Show? Then prove it. Tap the 97.5 The Fanatic app all morning long, before and after your commute.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. I was asked if the Sack Pack will put on a little show tomorrow, Pat. You're going to have to get, will the Sack Pack make a...
No, we're not getting an appearance fee for that.
Little demonstration of of their sack
prowess
sense?
Yeah. I don't know if I'd like to subject the people to that.
No, we do birthday parties and bar mitzvahs, though.
The Sack Pack will show up.
We can rope them off. Maybe at PJ's. We could rope them off and then let them show off their sacking skills.
PJ's in Horsham.
Yeah, I'll stay at the bar and watch you guys, or just maybe not watch you.
It's not just a game. It's a way of life.
Okay, well, explain the way of life, would you? If you're a sacker.
Yeah, it makes us happy. It gives us exercise. That's about it.
That's about it. Well, it works.
The Applebee's I used to go to had a magician that would show up on Wednesday nights. So, hacky sack group isn't out of the question.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I swear to God, he would show up for 7 to 9. His name was Mystique.
Wait a minute.
He would show up. I never saw him because I would show up after 9 for the half-off apps.
Applebee's.
Yeah, the Applebee's had Mystique.
The Sack Pack
the Applebee's in Havertown.
Sack Pack welcomes everybody, by the way.
There's nothing like a 2 for $20 and a little magic trick.
Wait a minute. I still can't get past. So wait a minute. Would the guy just show up?
He would show up, and I guess he would do magic at the tables.
But was he part of the, they welcomed him in?
Yeah, they paid him to be there.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, you get some chicken wonton tacos, and you lose your nose.
Oh, my gosh.
So that's a good night right there.
I'd never ever saw entertainment in Applebee's before. That's
because you don't have Applebee's the way that we do over.
Everybody goes to PJ's because it's much more fun.
It's a good point.
Hey, the 7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. When I go to the Bet Parks casino and I go to the sportsbook, I never see the magician who's in there. I don't know why I find that so funny. I've never heard of a magician in an Applebee's.
The only magician.
What was that, Bob?
The only magician I've seen over the last 20 years of my life is John Dornbos.
There you go. And he was great.
I haven't been around a lot of magicians, Pat.
Can you remember Connor's reaction to?
In what world?
Oh, no, what? In what world did he just do that? Connor a little overserved going into the magic show and a little underdressed, to put it that way. Not a lot of fabric in the shorts and rather short shorts.
Yeah.
Looked like Jimmy Connors in the 70s going to see a magic show in the afternoon.
I don't know why, but I still have a picture in my phone of him walking into that show with whatever the hell it was he was wearing
in
that
Vegas.
day. Yeah.
He's wearing shorts.
And they were less than shorts. If there's something shorter than shorts, that's what they were.
All right, the backstory was, so I asked Connor that day, what are you doing? And he goes, me and my buddies are getting bottle service at this pool. So then he told me the price of the bottle service. So him and his douche crew went out, paid an exorbitant. If you see the picture of them, you'll agree. They thought they were killing the game, though. They all went out. They paid an exorbitant amount of money to get handed a bottle, and they had to justify that by getting absolutely plastered. So when we saw Connor, some would say he was at his worst. I would say he was at his best. But yeah, he was trying to show off that thigh game.
He was the loudest person in the magic show.
Imagine
he was the most entertained.
Okay, imagine an alien comes down to Earth and you show them a magic show.
They could be.
And they actually believe that everything is legit. That was Connor. He couldn't understand how everything was happening. It's like, Connor, it's a magic show.
If I still have the picture in my phone, I believe I do. I'm going to give it to Chevy so he can throw it up on our YouTube page. Just to see what the people think.
I think people need to have a little idea about what it is because maybe we were exaggerating. I do not believe the Eagles are going to become this year's Arizona Cardinals, who were 7-0 last year and then had their season literally fall apart in front of their eyes, and then up 11-6. Here's why I don't think the comparison is logical. Last year, the Arizona Cardinals had people pursuing them. This year, the Eagles really don't in the same way. There are teams that are going to be able to pass what the Eagles do if they don't get this ship righted quickly. But one of the things that the Eagles have to do is if they take care of business in the NFC East, they're going to be sitting pretty. They will be sitting pretty, by the way, for 2 home games. Because the worst thing would happen to them, they'd end up the top wild card. So in 2 different scenarios right now that we're looking at, the Eagles would host a team at Lincoln Financial Field for their first playoff game. The only part of the equation would be whether they have to win 3 games to get to the Super Bowl or win 2. Obviously, navigating 2 would be much, much easier. It's a different scenario this year because this year's NFC is incredibly down. It's a really bad NFC. And I think that is the biggest difference. It has nothing to do with what the Eagles are. It has to do with what the NFC is. This year's NFC is not last year's NFC. And I think that's the biggest difference. They had really good teams that were pursuing you last year. This year, I don't believe those teams are there in the NFC.
Not yet.
13-4 Bucks won't be happening. Can't happen. In fact, mathematically, it can't. 13-4 Packers can't happen. Mathematically, it can't. I believe you're going to see the 12-5 Rams, the 3 best records in the NFC last year. 12-5 Rams can't happen. Mathematically, it already can. You already know this at this point in the season. And by the way, there aren't a bunch of teams that are stepping up to go, well, we're going to be this year's 13-4 team. Nope. Not. Unless it's the Giants and the Cowboys, and they stop losing right now, you're not going to have any teams other than the Eagles that get up to those kind of lofty numbers in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles only have 1 loss. Okay. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the Giants with 2 losses, that the Cowboys with 3 losses close that gap or maybe even surpass the Eagles. It's not out of the realm of the possibility that they don't win the NFC East. Minnesota, they could keep climbing. They could pass the Eagles.
Minnesota could, yeah. I think they could.
Tampa Bay, Seattle, the San Francisco's, teams with 4 and 5 losses. No. Probably realistically, they're not going to pass the Eagles. But here's what I put it at. And if you're just talking hosting, okay.
And that's what I'm saying is that you're going to be the worst case scenario you're looking at right now is probably top wild card. The best team not to win a division would be the Eagles, which means you still get to host a game.
Okay. Your argument there is solid.
And to me, it's the worst case scenario right now is you're hosting a home playoff game. You either have to win 3 games or 2 games to go to the Super Bowl.
After starting 8-0, can you imagine hosting a home wild card game?
I can't imagine.
Like right now, that doesn't sound
too terrible.
Juicy at all.
And guess what? The Cardinals last year saw themselves fall apart. And so that's one of the things you're guarding against. Last year, you saw the Cardinals start out 7-0, go 11-6.
Yeah, well,
they went 4-6 the rest of the way. There was some injury issue with that. But so that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that's why we talk about. We say, look, we talk about the Eagles 8-0 before the game Monday night, saying, oh, we got to hold on a little bit. There's still 9 games to go in the season. Look, the Eagles were 2-5 last year. We don't have to look any further than that. Who the hell would have thought 2-5 losing at the Las Vegas Raiders that they were going to come back and make the playoffs? Nobody. So these type of things happen in the NFL because it is a marathon of a season, although it's only 17 games. We're just getting to the halfway mark now.
I'm proud of Pat, though, because Pat has refused to, go the negative route. Pat's made people, I think, feel better about the Eagles' chances.
Why would I go the negative route? They're 8-1.
I love hearing that. I love hearing that.
No, they're 8-2. I mean, sky's falling.
The number, lose to the Colts.
I mean, that's it. Trade everybody.
No, lose to the Colts. I think you're not feeling good about.
Fire the coach.
How things have trended.
Fire the GM.
If you go and lose this weekend, I would understand people being far more negative.
I sent out a text this morning just to get kind of a feel, and my text was, what's your outlook for this Eagles season moving forward after Monday night? And this person says, all that matters is this. What do you think it was? Now, this is a person that I've told you about that's been an Eagles season ticket holder for 35 years, so it's not like this guy isn't informed.
All that
matters is this.
They win?
Their rush defense.
The sky is not falling. They may lose this week. Home field advantage is the key. Need to get that. That is all that matters.
Okay.
That goes right to. That's why I brought it up, John, because it goes right to what you're saying. I don't want to say this team.
It's home field advantage. You need to be like either Minnesota gets the top seed or you get the second seed. That's the worst. That if you really have dreams of a Super Bowl, that's your.
It
That's
has,
low one. It has to be one of those
to
two.
be that, right?
Has to be
exactly.
1 seed or 2 seed.
Yeah.
It can't be lower. Hey, give cheer to a child in need while you're checking out at Five Below in stores and online. Please consider donating to Toys for Tots this season and make a child's holiday special. Donate at Five Below today.
Okay, let me ask you this, John, since you and I both did it. All right, where the season is now,
right,
and what we said before the season, which was 12-5,
right.
Both of us. Grossly disappointed. Should this season wind up what we predicted before the season started? 12-5?
That would be completely Bush League of us.
And that'd be 4-4 riding out the rest of the games.
But if we both said 12-5, I said 12-5 with a home playoff win. That was, to me, I was pleased with the season. So you can't move the goalposts.
Okay.
If they win a playoff game this year and finish 12-5, then to me, that's where I gave Nick Sirianni an A last year. I gave him an A. I didn't expect him to get an A, but to make the playoffs as a rookie coach and then to win, to go to the playoffs, get a playoff game out of that, I thought that was an A season. And to me, the standard I set on getting an A for the coaching staff this year was 12-5 and win a playoff game. So I can't move the goalpost.
Right.
Even though I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
If they finish 12-5 right now, I'm going to be disappointed. Whether that's fair or not, someone else will have to judge.
Well, because you're finishing the season at 8-0.
Right now,
you'd be finishing at 4-5.
4-4. Yeah, you'd be 4-5. Yes,
counting Washington.
Right.
So,
and
you don't want to go into a playoff 4-5 over your last 9.
Pat, you had 11-6, right?
Yeah.
But if they right now finished 11-6, you'd be incredibly disappointed, right? Or am I wrong?
It depends on how it happened. So if you end up losing, hypothetically here, you end up losing your last 4 games, but you were primarily sitting your starters, and
that's different.
One in there, but yeah, it's completely different. But yeah, I think if you finish with 11 wins and go to the playoffs, I'm probably disappointed because you started off 8-0.
Right. Hey, we have a lot coming your way today. More Adam Schefter joins us in a little less than an hour. In Pat's point of view, that Pat's got a position group that he could be concerned with.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Yes, hello. Dramatic pause for that one.
Little dramatic. It's all right.
But I really want to get the people.
I like drama.
Very interested in this
because we haven't had a dramatic Eagles season, right?
No, not yet. So after the loss on Monday night, what position group, if any, are you guys concerned about heading forward? Moving forward.
I'm concerned about the linebacking core that I believe has been. I'm not going to go as far as to say exposed, but the linebacking core was getting a lot of praise, and I don't think they have honestly played that well.
I go defensive line. I just don't think that they're getting enough natural pressure when it comes to passing. And in the running game, while Washington did not go for a bunch of yards per carry, they still owned it enough that they could own the time of possession. So, yeah, I'm defensive line. How about you, Pat?
I don't think I'm concerned about any of it.
What?
Yeah.
None of it?
That's I don't think overly concerned about any of the position groups.
Really?
And I don't know whether I should be happy about that or, wake up and pull my head out of the sand and start looking for something. But, my early reaction was it was just a very fluky game with self-inflicted wounds, but fixable, and turnovers that you just don't normally see in weird spots. So bad refereeing, all that combined, you end up getting your first loss. But there wasn't a position. I mean, if I had to search, tackling wasn't great, but the linebackers are way better than they were in previous years. Hassan Reddick has been, as advertised, getting the quarterback. So defensive line, sure, I guess. Run defense hasn't been great since Jordan Davis went out, but I know he's going to be back. With the injury, tight end, but I know he'll be back, Dallas Goedert. So, yeah, I'm not really overly concerned with any position group.
He better be back, by the way, by that Packer game.
And maybe that's just my naivete, but I can't help how I feel.
I don't think you tend to be... Pat, there's a lot of things people could say about you.
Yeah, then they do. They tell me on Twitter.
I don't think naive as a fan is one of them. In fact, I would never use that for you.
But, 11 weeks in, I've never sat there and gone, man, they're good everywhere. And I still, after that loss, go, yeah, they're good everywhere.
You're right. They are. You don't win 8 out of 9 games in the NFL without being a really good football team. You can't hide it. You can't say schedule. You can't whatever, because really good football teams have a crap game once out of every 9 games.
Correct.
And that's what the Eagles had. Good teams, they lose a couple, 2, 3 games out of your first 9 because you're not that really good team. I wouldn't say I'm not concerned anywhere. I like where you're going, Pat. And as I said, if they have just a really good game against Indianapolis on Sunday, we're probably all right back to this is the best team in the NFL. And you're still there, John.
I'm still there.
It's interesting. Yeah. I think it's most interesting, John, that it's Pat who's saying he's the most optimistic.
Yeah, I have no, I don't. Minnesota's the only team that I think anybody can make any kind of conversation about being the best team in the NFL or NFC compared to the Eagles. Chiefs would be another one that would be lurking. Buffalo's got 3 losses, so I don't want to hear it. So right now, the Eagles are the best team in the NFL. It's obvious. Until they go and until they prove us otherwise, and I hope they don't this week.
I believe that's record looking. Yes, they have one of the best records in the NFL and all that. If I'm saying who's playing the best football right now,
that's a different answer.
Well, then.
Because somebody at 6-4 could be playing the best football, but not be the best team because the road that they're going to make for themselves is going to be too hard.
Yeah.
At least to me, that is.
Yeah, I hear you. And then, look, if you're doing rankings, well, I don't know. Do you put Minnesota above the Eagles? Minnesota lost to the Eagles, yes.
I can't.
The Eagles lost to Washington.
Doesn't matter. Head-to-head, they both lost. They both lost.
I think it's arguable.
There you go.
Yeah, Minnesota could be playing the best football in the NFL right now.
Well, they're on a good streak right now.
Yeah.
I wish Coach was here for this one. I'm looking at the FIFA World Cup odds to win the World
Starts Sunday,
Cup.
Right?
Yeah.
Brazil.
22nd.
Brazil for 4-1. Argentina 21-4.
They have Messi, I think.
France 7-1.
They have Mbappe, I think.
Mbappe.
I think.
England and Spain at 35-4.
If Sam from England's watching this, he's like he's screaming.
He's pissed at your name.
He's screaming
Sam can call in and give us some World Cup knowledge.
YouTube feed over my lack of soccer knowledge.
Well, I'm going to get to this. Is Germany 11-1, Netherlands 14-1, Portugal 16-1, Belgium 17-1, Denmark 33-1, Uruguay 50-1, Croatia 55-1. Then we get to the next level of contenders. There really aren't, I guess. Serbia 100-1, Switzerland 110-1.
They're neutral.
The USA 110-1. We're right ahead of Senegal.
Hey, Senegal's got a strong squad this year.
And
yeah, but I heard their backs hurt.
By the way, though, we're 110-1. Mexico's 200-1.
Yeah, they got cartel issues.
There's got to be some cartel issues there. It has to be.
Yeah,
is this an episode of Ozark?
Yeah,
all I'm saying is there?
I had no problem being right there with the Swiss.
You're with you're with Senegal and the Swiss.
Yeah, it's 2 strong countries right there.
Really?
Swiss. Who does it? First of all,
shouldn't we be further along?
Swiss watch.
Yeah, there you go. Shouldn't we be further along?
I'm surprised by those odds.
It's been 4 decades of soccer's breaking through in the country. Shouldn't we be closer than we're not even we're not a contender.
Well, here's our soccer expert right here.
So, Coach, 110-1. Shouldn't we be closer? Should we be with Senegal? Or should we by now be able to be with people like Uruguay, Croatia, where you're in like the 50-1?
Yeah, are you talking about this
The
current
odds,
team
yeah, this
or
odds-
just the
yeah,
state
the odds-
of the U.S.
The
team?
state of the U.S. team.
We should be closer, yeah.
Why are we not?
Yeah, the other countries around the world just, soccer
Answer the
is
question.
soccer's their thing. And hopefully in a couple years from now, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 10 years from now, that's a couple, U.S. Soccer will be a little bit further along.
I've been hearing that.
I know.
I've been hearing it since the early 80s.
No, it's kind of like Dippin' Dots being the ice cream of the future.
And the future never comes.
We've been hearing that for 35 years. Like, when's the future?
Yeah, but you're just kind of talking about the men's national team. The women's national team has been great for years.
That's fine, but the
men's national team suffering.
I'm not going to be. I'm not demeaning. It's great that the women's team, and I appreciate that they're great accomplishments.
They're
but
dominant
on the world stage. We're talking men. We're talking our men. Talking our male
guys who eat beef
competition.
jerky
and they're not. They're
whittle
just
wood.
I keep hearing that it's coming.
It's a shame because watching the women's World Cup success has been so much fun over the years.
And they are
unbelievably fun. And I can tell you where I was when they won their last World Cup and all. And it was such a great time. It's a shame that you can't have it on both stages and that there's such a discrepancy between how good the women are and where the men have been and are currently.
And are they doing something? Are just men worldwide just that much different? I mean, that they're that much better.
I don't know. You had a great run of top women in the world that came from the United States. And, we're starting to see all of it with Carrie Lloyd and Rapinoe and those guys that are all kind of getting out of it now because they're in their late 30s and you're looking for this new young group. Alex Morgan is still there getting it done. But she, I know she had a baby and all. I think she's mid-30s. You wonder how much longer she has. But, yeah, I hear you, John, on this. The men, it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. And Jamie's a big soccer guy, and you too also, Coach, saying, it's coming. Watch, it's coming. It just hasn't.
Yeah, the one thing, though, is for the women, there are less professional sports for the women to play in this country, and there are more men's professional sports. So as the kids are growing up, in the past, the boys would kind of go towards whether it's baseball or they wouldn't go towards soccer.
Baseball,
correct. The women,
football.
They didn't have as many choices. They had to go. Now with the WNBA, it's great, but they had soccer to go to. So hopefully, and I know that you just said that we keep saying this, with all the homegrowns, though, all over the United States and all of the academies that are now popping up all over, hopefully, we're saying it again, hopefully soccer will start to take off for the men's national team.
Last World Cup, like Bob brought up the women's final in the country for the World Cup drew 14.3 million viewers to the final match on television. It was the highest rated women's sporting event ever. So that is a huge success point. But when you put it in perspective, that's less people than watch any Fox or CBS Sunday afternoon NFL game.
Yeah.
Any week of the regular season, the average viewership, it tends to be more than that. So the women have made great strides. By the way, and that was bigger than the men's final. The men's the U.S. wasn't playing in the men's final. Yeah. So you can't compare it. But it got a better rating than the men's final.
With all the World Cup stuff going on right now, there's a really good docuseries on Netflix called FIFA Uncovered about the dirtiness of FIFA that's really, really worth it.
And they are corrupt, right?
Oh, my God.
I want to watch
they
that.
are so...
Nah.
I mean, going to the World Cup being in Qatar
that's very
they
corrupt.
got paid off to do that. Yeah, so it's definitely... I think it's 3 or 4 parts, but it's definitely worth it.
I'd like to see that. We're going to watch that soccer...
Did I say Carrie instead of Carly?
Carly Lloyd? You didn't say it? Yeah, I don't know what it was.
I don't know.
These guys don't even know about
Carly Lloyd my whole life.
Hey, Darren and Glenn emailed me yesterday. 2 emailers, and I told them to be tuned in because we're going to talk about something they were outraged about that we've discussed on our show the last few days. We'll talk about it next. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know Landis Block and Concrete has done an amazing job for us. They helped us to create a beautiful backyard paradise. Landis Block had all the greatest materials for us to choose from. Where did we do it? Well, we did it at their beautiful showroom. I called a showroom. They called a store in Souderton, Pennsylvania. There were do-it-yourselfers there that were actually getting counseled on how to do the job themselves. We knew that was something that we were not about to embark on. So we had our own contractor, Tony, take care of it for us. The materials are so gorgeous with Landis Block. So you have so many different choices of how you want it to look, color schemes and otherwise. And they can tell you too, are you in direct sun? Does your area have a lot of dampness? What do you want to do? How do you want it to look? You will love Landis Block. They will help you through the process, work directly with great contractors to make sure you have a beautiful backyard space. All you need is that imagination and that space and that budget, and you're going to work with Landis Block. We love them. Check out LandisBC.com. It's Landis Block and Concrete. Create your own jaw-dropping outdoor paradise.
The John Kincade Show.
I know that most people find his calm leadership to be a gentle, soothing beacon at a time of great social chaos.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Join the John Kincade Show Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for happy hour at PJ Wellahan's in Horsham. Come out to say hi and enjoy PJ's delicious wings.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet and 1 gigabit of Xfinity Mobile together, starting as low as $24.95 a month when you qualify for Internet Essentials. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Limited to Internet Essentials, residential customers meeting certain eligibility criteria. Taxes and fees extra. Pricing subject to change. Xfinity Internet required if no longer eligible for Internet Essentials. Regular rates apply. Reduced mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of data usage.
The NBA action is just getting started, and so are the incredible offers at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make any $5 NBA pregame moneyline bet and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. Plus, everyone can earn up to 100% boost with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. I love these. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, place a same-game parlay, and combine multiple bets like which team will win, total rebounds, total points scored, and more. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code FANATIC. Make any $5 bet this week and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. That's code FANATIC only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. Pennsylvania only. Bonus issued as free bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. 10-plus leg requirement for a 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball. Terms in partnership with Meadows Racetrack and Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi guys, it's Andrew. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? Did you know that a major medical breakthrough is now available and it isn't a pill? Today, Wednesday, November 16th, we're running a one-day special you won't want to miss out on. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels and improve blood flow. It's backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge. If you're ready to regain that spark in the bedroom, today is your day. Call us now and you'll qualify for the assessment and ultrasound totally free. Also, a gift that can produce rapid results in the bedroom in minutes. You're going to love that, guys, trust me. And today only, we're offering 5 tune-up treatments to our patients free. This is unprecedented, worth hundreds of dollars, but call today and qualify totally free. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 215-302-9999.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs. But the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
I love fall.
Cooler temperatures are nice, but our energy bills are going to skyrocket when we start up our old furnace.
You know, a more efficient system would save us money. Isn't Bryant offering instant rebates on new systems right now?
Seriously? I might even love winter with an offer like that.
For a limited time, Bryant is offering up to $675 in rebates on a new home comfort system. Visit nopaybryant.com to find a dealer near you.
Bryant.
Whatever it takes.
Hey, it's Cuz for Golden Nugget Jewelers. You think about getting an engagement ring? Well, if you're ready to pop the question, you got to go see your own at Golden Nugget Jewelers now. Largest selection of certified diamonds and engagement rings. Your perfect ring at Golden Nugget Jewelers. Major financing options, unbeatable prices for name brands like Veragio and Tacori for the settings. Right at the corner of 8th and Chestnut. It's engagement season. Now's the time to get the big ring and get all of your holiday shopping done. Get the present of a lifetime at Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged.
If you've been waiting to buy new tires, your wait is over. Because the annual Super Sale at CJ's Tire and Automotive is here. Don't miss your chance at super savings on the Nexen CP672, your go-to tire for a quiet and comfortable ride all year round that can last up to 70,000 miles. And now, through November 23rd, you'll get CJ's lowest prices of the year when you buy 4 new Nexen tires at CJ's Tire and Automotive. Check out all the super deals during CJ's Super Sale. Details at cjtire.com.
Get up a notch with soccer and BetRivers Sportsbook app, featuring our new multi-game same-game parlays. Combine the excitement of multiple same-game parlays in one bet for even bigger payouts. Bet match winners, total goals, player props, and more. Add our award-winning customer service, and it's a goal! BetRivers Sportsbook app and soccer. It's a whole new game.
Must be 21 plus. Available in Pennsylvania only. Void where prohibited. Terms and conditions apply. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Coach, and we have a short week, and the Birds are in Indy on Sunday, and the line has made a shift on my Caesars Sportsbook app. Have you tried that Caesars Sportsbook app yet? Well, for all you new users out there, your first bet with Caesars, they take care of. Just download the Caesars Sportsbook app. Use that promo code RadioFull. Then all you got to do is make that first bet. The Birds went from -8.5 to -6.5 for Sunday's game in Indy, and I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of that line. So I may go with some of the over-under, which is 45 total points on that. But here's the thing. If you make that first bet and you don't win, you're going to get your money back as a free bet up to $1,250. And when you bet on Caesars, you're going to earn towards stays at some of Caesars' iconic locations. Plus, they have earnings towards dinners and tickets and experiences and a whole lot more. But you have to remember, use the promo code RadioFull. Caesars Sportsbook open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 and over. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promo for full terms. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
I just want to let you know that I am completely unprepared for this, and I blame both of you.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, and we know that you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose our friends at Bradford White, because Bradford White's here for the pro. Bay tells me that I am saying Senegal perfectly. I'm pronouncing it perfectly, so I appreciate that when people give you the feedback there.
Yeah.
That is really good. And John the butler. I don't know if John's the real butler, though.
No, he came in here before you came
John looks
back
like
up
a badass.
to Philadelphia. He's our butler.
He'd be a badass butler.
Yeah, John's man. He's also a high school basketball referee over in South Jersey.
What did he say?
He said that imagine our best athletes playing soccer. The U.S. best make athletes play football, basketball, baseball. Well, where I would take a issue with that is, no, we do not make our athletes do anything.
Some countries do that.
Athletes choose what they want to play, and they play what maybe gets them. It could be any one of a number of reasons. The best path to making money, the best path to a college education, scholarships, the best path to exposure, the best path to girls in high school.
That's why Connor chose softball.
I mean, it might be. That's why Connor plays underhanded pitch with pinch runners softball. Also, too, I said, okay, well, if that's the case, if you're giving me the reason is our best athletes are playing other sports, then why do people keep trying to sell me in another 10 years, maybe another 10 years, we're going to be even better, if that's the reason?
Well, because in 10 years, Cam Camille will be 20.
Because I've been hearing the in 10 years thing since the New York Cosmos, when I was in grade school, and Pele was a member of the Cosmos.
But he's not American.
And then but he was playing American soccer. Still, American soccer was on the rise. And in 10 years, it's going to take over. If our best athletes are just never going to play it, there are a lot of moms. But you see it, the football teams, they don't have as many players. There are more players now required to go playing both ways in high school football for a lot of schools, then they've seen him forever due to lack of numbers playing football.
Yeah.
Moms and dads saying football's not worth the risk. Maybe that'll help.
Maybe.
Those numbers?
I don't know. Like I said, I'd love to see the study in years when all this concussion stuff came out and so many parents, and rightfully so, you make your choice, were against their kids playing football. I wonder how it's going to play out. I mean, I don't know if you can absolutely judge that football has gotten worse because the best athletes aren't playing it. I don't know. But the soccer thing, it is kind of aggravating, especially for huge soccer fans that were convinced 5, 6, 7 years ago that it's on the uprise.
Yeah, and soccer has a concussion problem too.
Yeah, soccer has a major.
It might even be worse. I don't know the study on that.
They outlawed headers for kids,
younger
and whatnot.
kids.
So, Sam from England, by the way, checked in.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. He
Morning,
said,
Sam.
he said, I'm sick otherwise. I would call in. I can tomorrow. But my tip is bet on teams to get out of the group. Example, England and USA get out of our group and get into the knockout stage. I also think that USA beats Netherlands or Holland in round 2. So Sam likes the chances, and of course he's always checking
I like
in
Sam, and
from,
Sam knows.
all the way across the pond.
I like that.
Sam's the man.
Yeah,
You got if Team USA reaches the quarterfinals right now, you can get plus 500 on my BetParks app.
It might be worth
I'm gonna throw
$2, $2.50.
See, I'm gonna throw $10.
I'd go 3.
I'm throwing 10 on it.
Congrats on your success.
I'm gonna throw 10 right on that number, and I have to pay for my own gas tomorrow to go to the happy hour at PJ's in Horsham. But I got the hybrid.
Yeah, you're
so
good.
Some of it will be electric.
So I think Pat and I are
Did you make up?
okay. I think we're good. Yeah, he gave me a no shirt hug on the break, so I think that means we can go together tomorrow.
Yeah,
All right,
that's that I didn't
the
say
no
the
shirt
words. I
hug
said it with
does
that.
it?
You didn't
I said it
have
with
to
the hug.
say anything.
All right. Well, I get an email from Darren and Glenn.
What's up, guys?
This is not your Glenn, by the way.
No, not my
Bob.
Glenn. But it's 2 N's also, I noticed
It
in
is
your
2
notes.
N.
That's my Glenn. Is
Darren
also.
and Glenn, and Darren's 1 N. He didn't do Darren. But 2 emailers that listen to the show every day and big fans. I even know their sections. And this is what I think is really, really cool. We have Glenn, who is a 221er, and Pat and Darren, who is a 107er. And they are taking offense at the depiction from our show that they heard that the Eagles crowds haven't been up to their normal standard. And they both shared the exact same explanation. They said that we are expecting people to tailgate the same way, the energy of the crowd to be the same way. They believe, both of them, that many of the regular diehard Eagle fans have been priced out because of the tough economy right now and the tough job market. And they think that people don't have the same discretionary income. And their belief is we have a lot of Eagles fans that normally used to go to 8 games in the regular season, back with there's 9 this year, home games, but 8 that don't have the discretionary income they once had, and that they then now go to 5 games and sell 3. They now go to 6 games and sell 2. They now have to share tickets. And both of them made an explanation, and they have no relation to each other, and both were responding and saying they've seen it in their sections, where they'll talk to people who they used to see it every game. They'll be like, oh, well, we're selling the Packer tickets because we don't want to go to a night game on a Sunday night. So we've sold them and made big money on Packers fans buying the tickets. And they both claim that this is a phenomenon that they hadn't seen in Eagles fan base until the last 5 or 6 years, rampantly, in their sections. And that also it's the economy. Glenn was more funny with it. He does the old line, it's the economy, stupid. People are selling their tickets, so the crowds are never the same because you don't have the same rabid fans attending games.
All right, just a couple of questions on it. I wasn't really getting the correlation there that they were trying to make. I mean, if I had Eagles season tickets and I went to sell them and I'm making good money, you're telling me those aren't crazy fans that are spending that much money that want to go see the Eagles play?
They're saying they saw them to Green Bay, like the Green Bay game. Supposedly, they know a ton of people who are selling their tickets to Green Bay fans. So I
Green Bay
went
fans.
on. Well, they sell their tickets. And they don't sell them to Eagles. Like they're selling them on the secondary market. So they don't know that a diehard Eagles fan's getting them. It might be Bobby taking Timmy to his first Eagles game ever that's never been to a game. And that the rabid fan who usually would tailgate, start drinking at 7 a.m., roll into the stadium, that those are more of a thing of the past except for the biggest games. And then I went and looked at the Green Bay game. Man, there's lots of Eagles fans that put their tickets on for the Green Bay game. I guess they realize the prices are high. A lot of people wanting to go to see the Green Bay Packers. There's a lot for that game.
Yeah, I'm really having trouble tying into what these guys are saying as it relates to us feeling that the Eagles fandom is down. I don't think there's an influx of visiting fans coming in because we haven't seen that. We can see it plain as day. I don't think we were saying that, the Eagles fans aren't into it anymore. It's more like it seems
quiet.
like it's a little quieter. I would relate it more to the happenings of the city over the last month, in that there's a fan tiredness maybe. And look, first cold weather game, whatever it may be, I think the first loss will bring more juice. You go, and the next home game, it's going to be back to normal. I'm convinced of that, and for the rest of the year. But so their point being mostly that you're selling off tickets to away teams, and that's why the fandom isn't. Have you noticed that? I haven't noticed an influx of huge amounts of visiting fans.
And that the regular tailgaters too, like we were talking about the parking lots, that the regular tailgate crowd, the diehard guy that went to every game, started drinking at 7 a.m. and everything, that now he goes 4 or 5 times a year instead of all games.
Yeah, but I would say the person he's selling it to is a typical Philly fan, and they have no problem tailgating for 5 hours before a game. I don't know.
Is it the same, though? I mean, if you go to one game, your tailgating isn't the same as someone who's going
probably, if you go to one game and it's your one chance to go to an Eagles game, I would say you're probably going to be more ravenous, more rabid, however you want to term it. There's a real good chance you are more emotional than someone who does it 9 times a year.
I said, Pat, to them both, Bob said I didn't get that. Like, I didn't get that. First of all, I never feel like opposing fans make their presence that known in the building.
No, and if it was, we would have heard about it from.
Well, I think it would be an issue that we'd be talking about it.
I mean, exactly. They showed Washington fans on the broadcast, but it was
sparse, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one here surrounded by 20 Eagles fans, one over there surrounded by 20 Eagles fans. The whole secondary market thing, I think people are selling their tickets.
Do you think the secondary market fan is different?
No, not really. I mean, I see both sides of it. I mean, I do see Bob's side of it. If you're going to one game, you're probably more juiced up for that one game than someone who has season tickets and is treating it like, do I even really want to be here? Do I even want to go? The tailgating thing, I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't tailgate, but I would imagine that it's case by case basis. Like, there are some people that buy tickets to the game, right? And they'll only go to one game a year and they buy tickets to that game, but they're not tailgating because that's just not what they're into. There's other people that, they buy tickets to one game a year and they're going down there and they're making the most of it. And they're getting in there in second quarter and they're hammered. And
when I see those big tailgate setups, I don't think of those people as being one-offs. Like when you have the setup tailgate with the couches, with all you're doing that every game.
Yeah, probably.
That's something you're an almost every game. That's your setup. When you go to one game a year, if you tailgate, you're probably opening your trunk and pulling out the Wawa.
Well, you're probably finding friends. I mean, look, I'm sure all of us here. If I got tickets to an Eagles game and I was going, it's not going to be hard to call. To find a hell of a tailgate that a lot of my friends or some of my friends or distant friends, you can always find it. If you want to, you
can find a tailgate. And a lot of times people are very welcoming too.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you strike up a conversation, it's a very
I know my kids have gone down just to tailgate, not to have tickets to games, but they go down just to tailgate, and they say how much fun they had meeting people.
And the big thing I said to both of them is, I said, we weren't ripping the fans.
No, God.
But I absolutely felt like the parking lots have been much quieter than normal.
Yeah,
it's been quieter than.
It's not just us. When we come out with statements, we ask people in the know. And I have friends that have tailgated down there forever, and they're the ones that brought this subject up to me.
And quickly, before we get to Pat's point of view, a little birdie thing saying, don't expect any dominoes to fall quickly in the Phillies' free agent pursuits. That if you're hearing some of the Trey Turner stuff, Trey Turner's people have begun engaging with teams on a rudimentary, like, primary basis. Just sort of setting. This isn't going to be something that we're going to wake up tomorrow and go, wow, Trey Turner's a Philly? Wow, the Phillies set the market on Trey Turner? I think the one thing we can know is that the Phillies aren't going to just go out and say, well, Trey Turner, what do you want? And he won't then. He's working with Scott. If you work with any agents, like let's say you were Rhys Hoskins next year, and you got a guy like a Scott Boras, and you know how these guys work. They leverage offers against other teams and things like that, so they need other offers to roll in. I just keep hearing people as we have any Trey Turner news today. Don't expect anything to be happening quickly.
Yeah, I almost don't want to hear the name because we are so recently scarred from the summer of waiting for Bryce Harper and what's going to happen, and it playing out all the way until the end of February or whatever it was. Right, Pat? Wasn't it end of February?
Yeah, it was late.
And
February
it was like it was. Every day we came in here. Is there any? What's the latest? I don't even want to hear it. I want to be surprised. I want it to pop up on my phone. Boom, Phillies have signed either Trey Turner or Xander Bogaerts, whatever it may be. And, it's done. I really don't want it to be played out the way that the Bryce Harper, Manny Machado thing was.
You don't want to wait till February.
I don't think it'll be February, but I do think
it's going to be later.
I think it'll heat up during the winter meetings.
Yeah. It'll, what's that, December second week?
Yeah, I think it's usually the second week of December.
Pat, I sent you an email. Steven sent me an email, and it's a question.
Stevie?
It's a question directly to you, so I forwarded it to you there. And it just said, Pat literally had a huge issue with all the fans who came to the World Series as not being the same fans.
Yeah, good point by Steven.
But he's saying now it doesn't apply to the people with the Eagles tickets. Do you? I think there is a difference.
I thought you were going there.
I never said that. I did have a huge problem with the fans who went to the World Series because I feel like they just weren't the same ravenous fans. I don't know, though, the fan base that goes to an Eagles game. I don't know if you're buying tickets or you're selling tickets and you're buying them. I don't know if it's the same ravenous fans. Like I'm ignorant to it. I don't go to Eagles games. So I've been to playoff games in Philly. I've been surrounded by that fan base, so I can speak on it. But I do think that if you buy tickets to an Eagles game, you're not doing it for the internet clout. You're doing it to go because it's
be a fan.
To be a fan. So I do think there is a big difference than the world. I mean, our boss told us the story of the two people that sat next to him for the World Series game. They showed up in the second inning. The guy was describing to the girl in great detail the game of baseball, and then they left in the seventh. That's a prime example of like that guy's just buying tickets so he can go and like tell his buddies that he went to a World Series game.
He was trying to impress his
and he's trying to get laid.
One of my friends who's like a 45 game a year Phillies fan going to 45 games. He said he could tell who were the diehards and everything just by what they wore to the World Series. Like you could see the stuff like when you see Chunas is wearing stuff he's been wearing since high school or college. Philly stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I can see the people with their new dancing on my own T-shirt and everything. And that drove him crazy. The whole dancing on my own. I'm trying to find a music box that plays it to send to him because he's pissed because he hated the dancing on my own. He's like, Phillies fan, the guy who's the diehard Phillies fan isn't doing the dancing on my own stuff. I'm like, have fun with it.
Yeah, I mean,
have fun with it.
But
I wasn't against it. Like you guys know. Yeah, it was fun. Look, I like watching people have fun. It doesn't mean I might sometimes still enjoy that.
It identified, he said it identified the fans that were the newbies, that they're wearing their dancing on my own T-shirts and stuff like that. That I'm like, who cares? They're having fun with it. Just relax.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the fan arbiter.
Winning breeds that. Winning breeds bandwagon culture. With the Eagles, though, it's different in the sense of the bandwagon culture doesn't exist because there's only 17 games now. They're selling out whether they're good or not. So there's a big difference.
Pat, you had a question about something in your point of view that involves parking.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Yeah, I need people, jury of our peers, to line up on the phone. 610-632-0975. If you parked in the NovaCare complex, all right, if you went to the Eagles game, and it could be for Phillies too, but if you went to the Eagles game and you parked in the NovaCare complex, I need you to call in. It'll be really quick. 610-632-0975. This is something that has always, I wouldn't say bugged me, but I just questioned. And it's simply why. It's $45 to park in there.
Okay.
It's $45 to park in the Link. Why are you parking in NovaCare and making that walk when you could drive down the street, be closer to the Link, pay the same price? You're closer to your car. I don't get it.
It's harder to get out.
But even
What
then,
is
you're
it?
still,
Is the NovaCare harder to get out?
Yeah, I mean, by the time
I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't
honestly.
know either. But I figure by the time you walk to your car, you're hitting the same traffic.
You get out of NovaCare, though? But no, no. When you get out of that NovaCare lot, Pat, you only have to make once you leave the lot, you make one right turn, you're under 95. And I know a lot.
And that's the way I go every time.
I know a lot of Delco folks who park there, and they get out far quicker by parking in that lot. Come right out, make the right turn, and they're right on to 95 because there's a policeman there directing traffic that stops traffic for them to be able to go.
Yeah, I go that way each time. Every time I pass by, I go, why would anyone park there?
If I'm not in the media,
it's not close.
If I'm not in the media lot, I always park in Wells Fargo, and I park very, very close to one of the exit routes from Wells Fargo, where all I have to do is make a right turn, get right on, and it takes me right out to 95, and I'm on 95 South because that's the way I go. I would rather walk further, get to my car, and I find it saves you 40 to 50 minutes getting out of there.
You know, I've parked in FDR before for like Phillies games. Or,
I never parked in FDR. I was thinking of that the other day.
I mean, it's usually free, but for Eagles games, they charge $45. And I guess you could go in and just be like, I'm utilizing the park when they can't stop you.
I'm going to throw a Frisbee.
Yeah, I know a buddy would do that. But I would park there and make the walk, but mainly because it was free. But if I'm paying $45, I'm probably just going to the Phillies or something.
It's not bad. I mean, it is interesting how it all works. The little logistics of getting in and out. We went to the World Series, and I parked. Me and my buddy Joe, we parked over at Wells Fargo. Walked on. It was a long walk to get back to the car.
Yeah.
We got to the car, got in it, and I was on 95 within 5 minutes. If I was in the Citizens Bank Park lot or in one of the closer lots to Citizens Bank Park, it would have taken an hour to get out of the lots, minimum. It's just sometimes being willing to walk helps a little bit. E-Rock, the mayor of the lots, knows a hell of a lot better than all of us. He's a Section 225er, as he says. He said it has nothing to do with it. Weeknight games are always a little quieter. People arrive after work, maybe skip out early, but by the time you set up, it's time to pack up. He says, I'm telling you, the Monday and Thursday night games are always a little lackluster in the lots. But we thought the Steeler game was a little lackluster.
Well,
quiet.
Yeah, I really do think there was some Phillies hangover there. I really do. I think
that was
fans
part
were
of it,
kind of worn out. Yeah, my friend Joey Mertz sent me in again.
What's up,
Another season ticket holder said, they need to limit the night games. But just like E-Rock was saying, he said night games kind of suck because people do have to get up and go and all that, and it takes away from it. He said that the NFL should have a rule that you only host a couple of 2 or 3 night games at the most a year because that does affect the tailgating and all.
There's one talking point that I've already heard that needs to be dispelled about the Colts. We'll do it next. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Many of you are in the same position that we were in last year. You got a high school senior. They're getting ready to get acceptance letters in. They're trying to decide what college they're going to go to. Well, they also got to understand the financial ramifications of that college loan. So College Ave Student Loans is here to help. It is a shortcut system for both of you. Check out collegeave.com. Their website's simple and easy to use, and they've got a student loan calculator that's going to estimate what your student's monthly loan payment will be. You as a parent will sit with them and say, you're going to be expected to pay back this loan. That's what a loan is. You pay back the loan. So it's good to make an intelligent decision about how much you're borrowing and how much it's going to cost. CollegeAve.com makes it a simple process. They've also got a chance for your student to register for a $5,000 college scholarship and no purchase is necessary. This is an easy process. Takes you like 5 minutes to get set up, and then you're going to see it puts your mind at ease. Start the process now. Go to collegeave.com.
The John Kincade Show.
You're a middle-aged man. You can't be a DJ.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Attention business owners. Imagine getting up to $26,000 per employee sent to you directly by the U.S. government. All businesses during COVID could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee through a CARES Act program. The fact is, all types of businesses, profit or nonprofit, are eligible. There is absolutely no cost to check your eligibility today. ERTC.com is the nation's leading company specializing in employee retention tax credits. Here is a real testimonial from an ERTC client.
We've got some good news. You're going to get $488,000 as a tax refund, which is not a loan, and you can use that in whatever way you'd like to.
Visit ERTC.com today, and in less than 5 minutes, our proprietary rebate calculator will show you how much money you could receive. Act now before the program closes or funds run out. Visit ERTC.com today. That's ERTC.com.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Start NFL Week 11 off with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Whether you're new to FanDuel or not, get free bets back if your Thursday night same-game parlay doesn't hit. Same-game parlays, of course, combine bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Oh, man, the Titans at the Packers in Lambeau. The Packers and Aaron Rodgers used to be a different team at home, but I don't trust anything about that team this year. So build your same-game parlay around Tennessee. Titans money line, Derrick Henry to score first, and Robert Woods for an anytime TD. You can build your own or choose from one of the popular pre-built same-game parlays built just for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. However you want to play, bet the NFL on Thursday night with a no-sweat same-game parlay. Just sign up using my promo code. It's Scordo. That's my last name if you don't already have an account. It's promo code Scordo, SCORDO. If you have an account, you're all set. Just sign in and see what you've got. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA, 3+ legs, minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max free bet $5. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs. And high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Come, revel, and make memories with Men in Blazers as they embark on their nationwide celebration of soccer on Friday, November 25th at the Theater of Living Arts. Their goal is to raise a glass and relive the day's action in the company of a slew of special guests. No matter what happens on the field, we can win the match together. Don't miss Men in Blazers on Friday, November 25th at the Theater of Living Arts. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, it's Cuz. Score the biggest savings of the year during Colonial Marble and Granite's Black Friday Super Sale. Save 30% off all stone kitchen countertops, 35% off all kitchen cabinetry, plus 60% off select exotic stone. Get zero money down, 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. Get that kitchen and bathroom of your dreams. Stop into one of their area showrooms or at colonialmarble.net and tell them Cuz sent you.
A little birdie told me that there's no better place to watch football than your local PJ's, PJ Wellahans, where every seat is terrific, tons of TVs, great beers, burgers, and wings. We love our local PJ's.
Hey, guys, if you're suffering from fatigue, low energy, trouble sleeping, ED, or a decreased sex drive, you may have low testosterone. So you know what you have to do? You have to go get checked today. Call Iron Mountain Men's Health or visit ironmountainmenshealth.com to set up a free consultation. Dr. Avi Donapel, he's just the man, and he's over at Iron Mountain Men's Health, and he has treated thousands of patients with success rates as high as 90%. They specialize in custom treatment plans for each individual, with patients experiencing results typically in just a few weeks. Consultations are free, and more importantly, pressure-free, so you can't lose. Dr. Appel, I've been telling you for years, after meeting him and all, he's just the best. If you want to feel back to normal with better strength, energy, and a higher libido, set up your appointment at ironmountainmenshealth.com or call 215-659-3770. That's 215-659-3770. Tell them I sent you. Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Yep, this is really happening. You're listening to us knuckleheads instead of doing something that you could be productive in.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
How's your Wednesday morning going? John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Everybody catch up on a little sleep last night at least? Saw some flyers, which took me maneuvering a bit, but I've got that set up on the TV, so I've figured out it's hard to flip channels. Flip around, like when everything is on just the regular Fios.
Right.
It's much easier to go game to game to game. Then when I've got to chase the flyers down on a secondary option streaming service.
Yeah.
Makes it a little bit more difficult. But Flyers get a point last night, Pat. I mean, we haven't mentioned it this morning, but they got a point last night.
The all-important point.
And Torts said they sucked.
Yeah, it was
in the first period. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I said it when he got hired. Fans were to love his honesty, because if you thought the team didn't play well, he wasn't gonna beat around the bush. He would say they didn't play well.
I love it.
Yeah, I watched a ton of different basketball last night. You had the two real good games on ESPN. I watched some of that. Penn and Drexel was on the local channel, so I watched that on NBC Sports Philly. And then Northwestern was playing Georgetown on another channel. I watched like 15 minutes of that. I just didn't have the gut. And the only thing I saw of the Flyers was I looked on my phone and I did see Torch saying, "Yeah, we suck." And that made me say, you know what, I'm not going to say, because I only have one TV that has the streaming.
Right.
I said, I'm not going to that TV to watch the Flyers tonight. The coach just told me they suck.
I would tell you that, Pat, right now, the Flyers, around 20% of their season done, they're on pace for 87 points. I do not believe they're going to get to 87 points.
No,
I'm not trying to be negative. But to me, the thing I'm more impressed with is 20% through their season, their goal differential's -7.
Yeah, Carter Hart's been a big factor.
Oh, my gosh. He's been huge.
The defense is not very good.
Oh, my God. The winning goal last night in overtime. I mean, you couldn't have a 3-on-1 tic-tac-toe. He had no chance at that.
No, exactly.
I think there's only 4 more years of risk the lining, though, so. Sorry, though, he hits people.
I don't need to see any more Sandstrom, by the way. After Sunday, we didn't talk about it.
He's a backup goalie.
Yeah, but I don't need to see any more.
Most backups aren't that great.
There's better out there. You can find better out there.
One.
You can find many.
I mean, Mike Richter retired.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming out.
GM. Next.
Hey.
Keep going.
Martin Law is Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. Garth Snow, I don't think he's
Sean Burke he's way past his prime.
I don't think he's coming back.
Van Beesbrook should be okay.
The Beezer
should be all right.
Dude, he retired like 25 years. What are you talking about?
Bob knows.
Oh, my fault.
Come on, Bob.
He knows that one.
Yeah.
By the way, when you watch Kentucky and you watched the Kentucky game yesterday.
Michigan State,
Spectacular. Duke taking it on the chin there, Coach. But Duke played they're an incredibly talented team, and I know you're a Dookie.
Yeah, it was a good game. I mean, Kansas is a tough team.
Oh, my gosh. Well, they're defending national champs.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
I didn't watch a minute of that game. I after the double overtime in the other game, and I was like, no, I'm not going to sit here and wait for a half-hour warm-up and stuff like that. So
no. That's a little bit hard. Too late. It can get to you. I heard some false talking points that are being put out there already, and we're getting into Eagles Colts week. So I would just like to put something out there before all the chatter starts. I keep hearing about the danger of facing the Colts. And this is a warning to Jonathan Gannon, too. Because if we come up in here on Monday and are talking about the Colts running all over the Eagles, that's absolutely pathetic, because it seems as if many people talking about this game being dangerous this weekend are believing, well, the Colts are just going to run the football all over them. If they do, it's going to be something that they haven't been doing at all. The Colts are 28th in the NFL in rushing. They are 29th in the NFL in rushing touchdowns. That is mostly because of an offensive line that does not run block well. Well, they don't really pass block well that much either, but they do not run block well. It's okay to have concerns about the Eagles' run defense, especially after what you witnessed on Monday night. But please, just Google. Do a little bit of research before you're breathlessly going, well, the Colts, that running game of the Colts. The running game of the Colts sucks. It's terrible. From one of their own beat writers, well, even though I should say Greg Doyle's columnist, more just in the last few weeks, the Colts offensive line, soft, bends like a slinky, doesn't create holes. But it's like, well, now they're playing the Colts. The Colts offensive line's going to get. If this defensive line doesn't dominate Jonathan Gannon, this should be a real problem on Monday. And if the linebackers don't learn how to tackle, that's not a Gannon problem. That might be a training camp problem. That may be an approach problem, because their tackling is pathetic. And they do not. That pile got moved. If you watch the 15-minute game, there's one series of downs. I believe it was a 6 out of 7 plays where after contact in the second level of the Eagles defense got carried 1 to 3 more yards after contact. They just get pushed and pushed and pushed. That can't happen on Sunday, because this is not a good rushing team.
Well, I'd be careful saying that. I mean, Jonathan Taylor hasn't had more than 10 carries in 5 of the 10 games that they've played. He's been out for 4 of the 10 games that they've played. He's one of the best running backs, top 2 running backs in the league. He's averaging 4.7 yards a carry.
He's going to be on a pitch count.
I don't know. He went for 22 and 147 last week, so I think he's starting to. I think the engine's pretty full. Yeah. I wouldn't undersell that rushing attack for Indianapolis at all, and simply because they're going to do it over and over and over and over again. And when you have a guy like Jonathan Taylor, who appears to be getting more and more healthy now, I certainly wouldn't use the word stinks or anything like that when it comes to their rushing attack. I'd be shocked if he doesn't carry more than 20 times and doesn't go over 100 yards.
They were facing Las Vegas, one of the weakest teams in the entire NFL. That is also pointed that everybody runs all over is another thing.
Well, Jonathan Taylor runs all over everybody, too. The guy had 2,000 yards last year. I mean,
This is not. Jonathan Taylor's a fantastic player. This is against. I'm not looking at the Las Vegas Raiders game and going, well, then there it is. Look, they can break through now. They can run the ball. They haven't been able to run the ball all year. They've been they're one of the worst rushing, a handful. They're the worst 4 rushing teams in the NFL.
Without Jonathan Taylor. He's been hurt half the games.
He was hurt half the games, and then some of them he's been there for.
Yeah. And when he's been there for,
he's
pretty good.
He's a talented guy. When you're playing bad, like Las Vegas game is what people are pointing to. Everybody is run all over Las Vegas. Everybody. Okay. Even mediocre running backs are running all over the Raiders. The Raiders are one of the worst teams in the NFL. They are honestly the most disappointing team in the NFL. They were a playoff team last year.
Yeah, and a healthy Jonathan Taylor runs all over everybody. That's like my point. If he's healthy and an Eagles team that hasn't been very good against the run, I don't think we're going to be talking stinks come Monday when we're talking about the Indianapolis running game. I'm pretty confident on that. And you're right about Jonathan Gannon. You better figure something out.
He has to.
Yeah, but
the Colts
should be a real concern.
This is still a team, though, that does not, if you're talking about as a team, they're not. The Eagles should win this matchup big time as far as their defensive front versus the Colts offensive line. It shouldn't be. I mean, this should be one where you absolutely can expect that you're going, this is a game you should expect to win that and win that not easily, but you should win it decidedly. Your defensive front is far better than their offensive line.
Are they?
Yes. It is.
Are you comfortable saying that the Eagles' defensive front, and I'm not doing, they stink. I'm not saying that. But the way they're playing now, you're pretty comfortable saying that they should be decidedly better than anyone?
That the Colts' offensive line is one of the worst in football.
All right.
I'm very confident in saying that. They're averaging 15 points a game. They can't pass protect and they don't run block well. They just don't. There's a real problem with that. We're going to go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. The Adam Schefter was in Philadelphia for the debacle, and we're not blaming you for it, Adam. But Monday night was I do think that was about every single thing that could go wrong for the Eagles, and the self-inflicted wounds was something we hadn't seen all year long.
And you know what's funny about it? If Quez Watkins holds on to that pass and keeps running and doesn't fumble and scores a touchdown there, and they probably win the game, everything's like, well, they held on. They won when they didn't play their best. They overcame the odds and adversity, and that's what you have to do. And instead, because of the way the National Football League works, the narrative is entirely different because they didn't play well, because they got out physical, because they got outplayed, because they made mistakes, because flaws that they have showed up. And so all of a sudden, for a week, until they play and win their next game, the sky's falling. I got it. That's how it is.
And we're not, and believe me, we have not been, I am absolutely not pushing that narrative. I don't believe the sky's falling at all. I think it's overreaction city if anybody thinks that they are.
Yeah, I don't think it's falling at all right now either. It was not a great night, and you have some injuries, and H.A. Brown gets banged up, and Dallas Goedert gets hurt, and it's not ideal. But look, during the course of a season, everybody goes through this. Everybody goes through it. And it's just they just delayed it 8 weeks before there was any type of conversation like this. So good job by them. And now it's time to have that team try to bounce back.
Schefter, watching it as we always do, watch Eagles games, with a magnifying glass and all. The game, and I said this ad nauseum yesterday, just seemed weird to me. Weird that Washington had 81 plays to the Eagles 47, and John talked about all of the self-inflicted wounds that the Eagles had. As a national guy coming in and watching that, did you see that also? Did you see it just being a really weird game?
I'm standing on the field. About to do the halftime show. We're looking at the time of possession at that point in time. Was in the first half, it was 23 minutes.
This is incredible.
Washington in the first half, 23. And I think the Eagles ran more plays in the first half, or the Commanders ran more plays in the first half than any team had run in the first half all season.
Correct.
Like they just took the ball away from Philly, and Philly's offense is so potent that they said, you know what? We're just not going to let him on the field. Now, it's easy to say that. Like, I've heard a lot of people come in with that sort of plan. Like, I remember talking to the Niners a couple of weeks ago when they were playing the Chiefs before the game, and they're saying, yeah, we're just going to try to run the ball all day, keep them off the field, and it didn't work. It didn't work. In this case, that was the plan for Washington, and it did work.
When you look at what the Eagles going down in that game, did you take more issue with the coaching, or did you take more issue with the execution of the players?
I don't think like that. I just think the defense couldn't make a play on third down to get off the field. Is that the players? Is that the coaches not putting them in the right spots? Is it both? I don't know how to answer that. Other than when a team controls the ball and clock like that, the way Washington did, there's a breakdown somewhere, and maybe multiple places.
Schefter, the debut of Jeff Saturday last week, obviously a successful one against the Raiders. What are you hearing about how he did, how the week went, how the organization is responding to him? What do we expect this week when the Eagles play them?
They rallied around him. Look, I spoke to Jeff last week, right when he got the job, and the whole thing was, the team looked beat up, and they looked like they were defeated, and they looked like they were not having fun, and all those things look different. And I think that's the thing that gets overlooked in the criticism of Jeff Saturday being hired, people ripping him for his X's and O's. Like, hey, and I said this the other night, Aaron Boone did it. Steve Kerr did it. Different sports. John Lynch did it. GM, Mike Mayock did it. Like, people can spend their lives in and around the sport, don't have to do exactly that when they make the transition if they are a leader of men and understand the people they're dealing with. And I think that was the biggest thing. If you watch the Colts on Sunday, they came out with fire, with intensity. They were playing hard. They looked like they had fun. They won the game. They reacted to Jeff Saturday. That was what Jim Irsay was thinking when he made this move. Now, I'm not telling you that Jeff Saturday's going to reel off all these wins every single week, but there was a different vibe around the team.
I got to tell you, there's two troubling things about what you just said, though, Adam. You're talking about guys making all that money, professional athletes, that need Jeff Saturday to come out of NFL Live studios to motivate them to play hard and be excited to come to work. That sucks. That sucks.
It's not. I don't know that it's playing hard, John. I think you can't be involved in this sport. Watch what these guys do to their bodies and the challenges that they take on, and think that they're not playing hard. Like, they're playing. It's just a different mood and vibe around the team. He's instilling a certain energy. I never said they weren't.
No. I didn't say you did. What I'm saying is, if that's part of the problem, but also too, how can the league, which has gone to extensive lengths with the Rooney Rule and things like that to make sure that minority candidates get their opportunities, and they talk about, we need to put steps in place so they get hired as coordinators, then they get escalated to, and all that stuff, and then say, oh, it's okay for a guy to come in off the set of a television show in a week. Like, how do you have both discussions?
Well, listen, that's a fair and legitimate question. And you know what? There are breakdowns in the system all the time, whether there are on-field rules or off-the-field rules, that the league gets corrected. When you see it, you know it's not right. When you see Tua walk off the field and he's wobbly, you say, well, how can he be allowed to come back into the game when they're saying it's a back injury? So now, in the span of a couple of weeks, they change it so that anytime a player demonstrates any gross motor instability, he's not allowed back in the game. And we're seeing more and more players flagged at a time where there already was an awareness for concussions. And I think that issue has been addressed, and they've taken steps to try to make it better. Just like I think here, everybody could see Jeff Saturday hired off the street, nobody else given a chance, nobody else considered, and you say, from a standpoint of the root, that doesn't feel, look, or smell right. How do we address that?
Shefty, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's up to them to figure that out. But yeah, you're right about what you're saying. Nobody's.
I guess I'm just not going to hear the next great minority candidate that gets passed over. I don't want to hear the NFL press memo that says, well, we're working really hard to get more minority candidates hired as interns, professional guys, because it's a bunch of garbage.
I know, but you know what? Interim is in season, and there have been two changes so far this year. Steve Wilkes was hired in Carolina. Jeff Saturday was hired in Indianapolis.
Okay.
Again, they need to take a look at it. I agree with that. It doesn't feel right. But with the interim coaches, I mean, you're flying by the seat of your pants. You're trying to get ready for the game. And I guess I would say, not to defend it, but that these teams have a lot to just try to get through the week to get ready for that one game, no less hire a head coach and go through that process.
Shefty, I'm not saying this as an.
And by the way, let me clear it up. We're talking about, they didn't give Jeff Saturday the full-time job. They gave him the interim job.
Okay.
And if they ever were to consider him for the full-time job, the job rightfully would have to be opened up, and they'd have to interview a lot of candidates, multiple.
I wonder if it would be. I wonder if they hired Jeff. If they did bring in Jeff Saturday for this position, would it be? I'm gonna guess the process may not exactly be balanced.
Well, that's a different conversation, right? Like, we can address that when we get to it.
Okay.
We're just talking. He was hired as an interim guy, and if he ever were to be hired as the full-time head coach, they would have to interview multiple candidates. They'd have to be in compliance with the Rooney Rule, which obviously there's no Rooney Rule in place for an interim head coach.
Were more qualified candidates of all different backgrounds and resumes already on that staff that could have been elevated?
Well, Gus Bradley's been a head coach.
Yep.
He's on the staff. John Fox is a candidate. He was on that staff. Reggie Wayne has been working there.
Yep.
You want to talk about a former player, and you want to go that route.
Yep.
What's the matter with Reggie Wayne? So it just depends on how you want to look at it. I can tell you, having texted with somebody in that building that morning when they were making the change, the text I got back, and I can read it to you, is that the morale in this building, as long as I've worked here, has never been as low as it is right now. Never.
Schefter, with this injury, and I'm not doing this as the refs suck and something has to be done, but the non-call on Dallas Goedert, not only did it affect the game, but now he's going to be out for weeks with a shoulder injury. How does this play out now, behind the scenes in the NFL? I'm not looking for, punishment, firings, or anything like that, but how is it approached, just out of curiosity?
Well, I think that each week the officials are graded, and the officials who do a good job get written up in a positive way, and the ones who don't get downgraded, and it's held against them when they're coming to playoff assignments and Super Bowl assignments. And just like coaches go through the film and grade players each week on their own team, the league office does that with officials. And guys who have enough demerits, basically, are taken off the big game assignments. So they hurt their standing for future assignments, basically.
Hey, Adam, we appreciate it. You had some good cheesesteaks the other day, by the way?
Yeah, John, thank you. Thank everybody at the station. We all feasted in the trucks. Excellent. Enjoyed it. Loved it. Provided a little pre-show nourishment, which we appreciate.
Mike Cosme's on 8th. Took great care of you, which is awesome. We made sure to.
Yeah, and I posted on Instagram, right? You know what? I took a couple of pictures. I'm like, none are as good as what they make it look like on their own Instagram page. So I literally snapped the picture that they took and used that to thank them on the Instagram stories page. I figured that was just a simpler, better, and more effective way.
Did a great job.
Our gratitude.
Good job, Adam. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. We'll be in touch next week, and let's see if the Eagles can bounce back against the Fighting Saturdays.
Let's see if they do.
Thanks, Schefter.
There you go. Adam Schefter joined us, by the way, thanks to our friends at Landis Block and Concrete. You know, you can create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. And we just did it. So I'm not just reading you something. We just went through the process with Landis Block, and they were absolutely amazing to deal with. Go to landisbc.com. That is it's a really interesting thing. Bob, you've dealt with the idea of the interim. Do you think the interim matters? You've seen the interim in basketball. You've seen the interim as a columnist in all kinds of sports.
Yeah.
Do you think it matters, like going and hiring a guy like out of nowhere?
I mean, come on. Yeah, they're going to have to, because the NFL is going to tell them, all right, you have to do the right thing and bring in interviews of minorities and stuff. But the fact that Irsay goes out and just, boom, hires him, and Schefter says, well, they haven't given him a full-time job yet. He is just the interim.
Come on.
Okay, tell me the interim doesn't have an inside track?
Absolutely does.
I mean, how the NFL didn't come down on this, I wish they would have blocked it right away, because you're not living up to the standards that you set. And it's appalling. And he mentions Reggie Wayne already in.
And Reggie Wayne's a perfect example. I don't want to hear again about the Rooney Rule from the NFL, where they talk about, well, look at all the things we're doing. Our initiatives now have female assistant coaches. We now have African-American and Latin coaches that are now being brought up through the system. When crap like this happens, I think it's just NFL PR. And it's a joke.
Yeah, because a crazy man like Robert Irsay can say, oh, I love that Jeff Saturday. He was great when he was with this team, so I'm going to hire him as a head coach.
Come on. Hey, Free Coffee Tuesday is back for Wawa Rewards members. Every Tuesday, Wawa Rewards members get any size free coffee from Wawa. So make sure that you're taking advantage of that. By the way, just an alert. Our friends from Pets Plus Naturals, there are a lot of pets that have been brought to the area because of the storms and everything like that, that have been, ended up here at Pets Plus Naturals and one of their 6 area locations. Go check out Pets Plus Naturals. They've got dogs and cats looking for forever homes. They've got them in tip-top condition and everything. Adopt instead via petsplusnatural.com. Do it because they have a lot of animals that are looking for homes. Just a little side note for you there. All right, we have a lot coming your way. I love this guy's honesty. Plus 5 questions with Kincade that will be all over the map this morning for the whole crew. It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. And if you didn't know it, the cold weather's already arrived. You're going to feel it this morning when you leave the house. And if you haven't checked your furnace yet to make sure it's ready to handle the long winter, consider this your official reminder. H&H Heating and Air Conditioning will schedule that tune-up for you, $59, and it includes a carbon monoxide safety check. And if you need a new HVAC system, which you may, H&H has rebates up to $1,500 or 0% financing for 18 months if you're a qualified buyer. One of the things you need to have is a local, trusted heating and air conditioning contractor. And though you'll find them at delcohvac.com, if you're in Chester County, Montgomery County, Philadelphia, maybe you're in Delaware or South Jersey, delcohvac.com is waiting for your call. They're going to deliver fast, friendly, and honest service. delcohvac.com. Schedule that $59 tune-up today or new system estimate. H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, you can trust them with over 1,000 5-star reviews. That's delcohvac.com. Tell them the Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
Listen, I like kids, but this is not a kids' environment. This is like HBO. No limits.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. Join Connor Thomas Friday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for a Corona Sixers pregame party at Time Out Sports Bar, 4022 Skipack Pike in Skipack. Enter for a chance to win Sixers tickets. Stay to watch the game and enjoy ice-cold Coronas.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast, reliable internet for only $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, take advantage of our special holiday offer by December 4th and ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Ends 1/1/2023. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. And subject to change.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know Kohl's has early holiday deals on the top toys? It was a game changer for me. I got Kohl's Cash and all my kids' favorites, like Marvel must-haves starting at $11.99, Squishmallows for $25 and under, a Fisher-Price Dreamhouse for $49.99, and found so much more. Plus, you can take an extra 20% off or save even more with a Kohl's card. More gifts, more savings, more reasons to get to Kohl's. Select styles, 20% offer ends November 19th. Toys, coupons do not apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At the Home Depot, we have Black Friday savings all through November. And with that comes a joyful holiday bustle that we just love to hear. Although we also love the sound that comes after the holidays, when people put their new tools to use. In fact, we love it so much. When you buy select Milwaukee M18 kits, you'll get an extra tool for free. So after you're done filling the air with holiday magic, you can fill it with the sounds of doing. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
So sorry the food is late.
You should order through EasyCater. Professionally delivered on time and is ordered.
Totally would, but the E is broken on my keyboard.
Just get IT to fix it.
Totally would. Can't type the word help.
Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. That's our thing.
Where can you start holiday shopping now for a season full of savings? Lowe's, actually. Find prices you loved backed by the Lowe's Price Promise, like the 4-piece LG stainless steel kitchen suite was $4,267, now $2,986, for a total savings of $1,281. Check back daily for deals during Black Friday month and start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/16. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details. Learn more at Lowe's.com/price promise.
This football season, you can turn game days into paydays when you visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. With more than 20 TVs, you'll never miss a play. And with over 30 betting kiosks, it's easy to get in on the action with America's #1 sportsbook. Plus, enjoy exclusive events and promotions. Visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Open 7 days a week. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At my age, I never dreamed I'd be dealing with opioid addiction.
I was pregnant and I couldn't stop.
Getting sidelined by an injury was bad, but the cravings were way worse.
Then I heard about 844-REACH-NJ.
They connected me to treatment and I had a healthy baby.
844-REACH-NJ was the call that made the difference.
Thank goodness I made the call.
So glad I made the call for both of us.
REACH-NJ.
If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, call 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The fall's a great time to cash out with good friends at your local PJ Wellahans. Relax and enjoy PJ's famous wings while sipping your favorite beverage. PJ Wellahans, where great times with great friends are made.
Meineke is committed to keeping you and your vehicle safe and on the road. Right now, Meineke is offering a semi-synthetic oil change package for only $29.95 with a free tire rotation and battery check. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, it's Coach. The Birds are in Indy this Sunday, and we have World Cup soccer starting this weekend. So it's time to start placing some bets, and I use the Caesars Sportsbook app to do all of it. All you have to do, download the Caesars Sportsbook app and use the promo code RADIOFULL. Then go ahead and make that first bet. The Birds currently sitting at -6.5 versus Indy for Sunday, and I am going with the U.S. men's soccer team to beat Wales at +160 on Monday afternoon. Here's the great thing about that. If you make that first bet and you don't win, it's okay. You're going to get your money back as a free bet up to $1,250. Just remember, you have to use that promo code RADIOFULL. Caesars Sportsbook open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 and over. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promo for full terms. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
I've got a dog named after Nick Foles. You can't get more Philly than that. We're always loving the backup quarterback.
How's everyone doing?
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I use Bob as the arbiter of things journalistically. And I have a peer who tells me that I went after Adam a little too aggressively on his defense of Jeff Saturday. I don't think Adam felt that way, but I just...
Well, come on, Well, no, two things. I don't think he was defending Jeff Saturday, and two, I thought all your line of questioning was perfectly in line. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I mean, it's crazy when you get... It is crazy to hire somebody off of the set of NFL Live.
Yeah, I had somebody...
to be a starting quarterback, to be a starting head coach. I mean, a head coach in the NFL, not a starting one.
That
pissed me off.
I had a guy tweet, I think both of us asking, why are you questioning this? An owner can hire whoever the hell he wants and blah, blah. Okay, fine. But the NFL, his boss, Robert Irsay's boss, is the one that put into place that you had to interview people in order to make a hire. Now, maybe he got special dispensation because it was a middle-of-the-season firing and we needed to hire somebody right away. Okay, but it just shows that what the NFL is trying to implement isn't really hitting home to a lot of people.
Then what it would tell me is whoever's asking that would also tell me that, the NFL is then a bunch of BS. When they talk about, well, look what we're doing. We are making sure the most qualified candidates get opportunities. We're making sure the most qualified candidates get jobs. So the NFL, yes, the NFL says they're putting guardrails in place to make sure the qualified candidates are not getting passed over, yet they let this one get fast-tracked. They let a guy leave the set of NFL Live to bypass everybody, even on that staff, including minority candidates, including guys that have huge, huge resumes with the organization. It's just very strange to me. And people seem to be very accepting of it. So, by the way,
I don't think they're accepting of it at all.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of negative reaction to Jeff Saturday getting hired. I haven't seen many positive reaction to it.
There's a lot of positive reaction within the fan base, though.
Well, the fan base, it's the nostalgia factor. Like, he's the ultimate Colt.
It's the Eagles hiring Jason Kelce 5 years down the road.
Exactly. If the Eagles hired Jason Kelce, there wouldn't be a ton of negative reaction.
I would ask you this.
Jason Kelce.
Did you hear anybody at ESPN really criticizing it?
No.
I thought that was interesting to me. I didn't hear anybody that was, like, in any way getting really – like, I thought Stephen A. would come down hard on it.
Well, if Bob got hired to be coach of the Sixers, I wouldn't really come down on it.
Well, we'd have tickets.
No.
We get tickets all the time.
You gotta know what side of the bread's buttered on there.
There could be a rule there could be a stipulation that says, and I don't know this and I haven't seen anything on it, that says in an in-season fire, and there's probably not time to interview, like going outside to other teams.
They're allowed to bypass the Rooney Rule during in-season.
Right. Okay. So there is that. It is incumbent upon Robert Irsay, though, that during this offseason, that,
I don't believe he'll do any. And I don't
right. Well, here's the thing. Jeff Saturday has the inside track. There's no doubt about that.
There should be a rule that if you're not hiring inside the building, if you're going on the outside hire in season, then you should have to interview a minority candidate. If you're hiring in-house, then fine.
That's different. Hey, Martin Law is Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. A.J. Brown had this to say about the Eagles' loss on Monday night when he was spoken to at his locker.
If you expecting me to have a frown or be down, I'm not, because that's not who I am. Because I'm going to bounce back. We going to bounce back. Because you got guys like me, guys in my room, we're not going to let this happen. We're not going to soak around.
I like it. I liked his response a lot. I seriously liked it a lot.
I loved his response.
I loved it.
I loved it because exactly right. I'm not going to stop smiling. I'm not still happy to be on this team, who this team is. Because when you start having doubt in your own team and yourself and your whoever, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey. The one thing that he said that I kind of went, really? Was he said, I'm glad that now all this bleep about 17-0 can stop.
He hated it.
Was it really a thing? Was 17-0 really a thing?
Last week it was. Well, it was in sports radio and in the sports media last week.
Really?
In this market, people were writing about it and doing shows about it. And stuff like that. There was. I mean, it definitely was. It's not a question. There was. But it tells you, too, A.J. Brown listens. He listens to sports radio. He reads blog sites.
I don't know who seriously was thinking, this team can go 17-0. I don't know who seriously was bringing it up.
I think it was nonsense, but
yeah, I was kind of
well. It shows
okay, if you want to say that you're happy that that's off your back, but I didn't know that was really on your back. To me,
or that
until you get 13, 14, 15-0, then that becomes a conversation. Not when you still have more than half of the season to play.
Hey, the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app, odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. Download it now at betparks.com. We'll see you out at PJ Wellhands in Horsham tomorrow night. At Horseham, do you call it Pat, or do you just do you go by Horsham?
Horsham.
You don't do that. So Horsham tomorrow night. We'll look forward to seeing you there from 5 to 7 p.m. Bob had said in Cooney's Corner that there was one position group that was a bit thin, and we need to address it now.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
It was a bit thin.
How do you do this now? Dallas Goedert's going to be out for. They haven't come out with anything talking about it yet. So Mike Garofalo was the first to come out with it, and then others got sources to say that it's true that he's going to be out with a shoulder injury for a few weeks. Is I think the best way to label it from what I've read so far. What do you do? We talked about the backup tight ends here. Wow, it's a real dip. You're talking about guys that have 3 and 4 catches on the whole season. It's not like before where if a Zach Ertz went down, you had a Dallas Goedert or even a Richard Rodgers, a veteran who could come in and play UT. You're talking about one blocking tight end and one guy that you have no idea what he's about, and then a Tyree Jackson who is a converted 6'7" quarterback. So how do you go about this? Do you go, throw whoever the tight end is in there, throw him 5 or 6 times a game, much like you would Dallas Goedert? Do you not change anything? Does the passing game change where you're looking at other people, where you're going maybe more 4 wide out sets? Or are you running the ball more? Which way would you guys go in order to make up for this Dallas Goedert injury?
I'm absolutely going to I'm passing the running backs more, and I'm leaning on the passing game. That's absolutely what I'm doing. I'm leaning on the. I'm loading up on wide receivers. I believe the secondary of the Colts. I'll put them to the test. I'll put their 3rd and 4th guy in the secondary trying to stop some of our talent. Absolutely. Yeah. That's where I would go, and that's where I would lean.
Pat, you any particular place you would lean?
Quez Watkins in the slot. Use its speed. I mean, they finally utilized it on Monday. Using the screen game more. It's tough. He was such a safety valve out there.
Yeah.
And to lose that, I felt like he was a security blanket for Jalen Hurts. In the rare times where Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown were covered. It's going to be a big loss, but I think it could be made easier if you start utilizing Quez Watkins and his speed.
The scary thing to me is that now that you have a specified blocking tight end and a specified catching tight end, how much are you tilting your hand to the defense?
Well, you are.
Now, you're going to go probably some 12 sets, 2 tight end sets, where you're trying to keep them off balance. They don't know if you're throwing or running the football, whatever it may be. And I'm sure that's the first thing that after this injury was discovered that Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen went to. But I would be surprised if we didn't watch the first half on Sunday and say, oh, okay, in this game, for this half, the Eagles decided to make up for it this way. I think it's going to be pretty noticeable when we watch this Indianapolis game on Sunday.
The one thing with Indianapolis is that you're going to be able to run. You're going to be able to run your offense. It's a pretty good defense you're facing, but I really hope that the Eagles don't. Maybe more of the 2021 game plan. I think you can keep this thing simple and lean on what you do best. I think they got away with that. I got away from it the other night.
Yeah.
And I also think they got panicky when they saw a team starting to score with them. And that made me, they go up 7-0, it's 7-7. They go up 14-7, they come back, make it 14-10. I think that and then it's pass happy.
Yeah.
Don't forget who you are. Don't lose your identity.
Yeah, look, maybe it's a case that Grant Calcaterra can get out there and catch you 5 or 6 passes. Maybe, every once in a while we see him, we say, oh, man, that's not bad.
Maybe
a 15, 20-yard game. Yeah, maybe.
Have you got Dallas Goedert?
It could be. And then your Jack Stoles of the world are in there to get your blocking done. And if you can mix in a Tyree Jackson, whatever it may be, maybe you don't go away from your offense all that much. But I think we'll be able to tell pretty early in this Indianapolis game what their decision is.
All right, it's time for me to be able to quiz the gang on a bunch of different questions, some sports, some not, that are all over the map. It's time for 5 questions. And Connor, you are summoned.
It's time for 5 questions with John Kincade. Question 1.
I'm going to start with Bob Cooney on this one. Bob, the thoughts that you may have on an in-season NBA tournament, which, by the way, is really, really getting a lot of discussion. Stopping the season in the middle of the year, having an in-season tournament that will have ramifications on the postseason? I don't even understand the concept. Do you have any idea what this is all about? And more importantly, where the hell's it coming from?
Yeah, no, I mean, I heard when I got done covering the league, it started to pop up about doing something to change things up. My thought has always been, okay, you want to change things up? Go from 82 games to 65.
And expand the playoffs?
Make the games more important. I don't even know about that. Anthony, my first week working here with Anthony, I'll never forget it. And he labeled out his sports calendar and the way it should play out. And that was with the NBA starting at Christmas.
Right.
And moving on from there. And
I'd rather have that.
An in-game tournament, an in-season tournament, why? Everybody plays everybody anyway. I don't know what the good of it is. I don't know.
And also, they're saying ramifications on postseason, like entry and seeding and stuff like this.
Don't like it. Don't understand it. Don't believe in it. If you're looking to change something, I understand to look to change for the better. But I don't think that is a way of going, no. I mean, that's a college thought. Oh, wow, you can get Duke to play. I don't know, Michigan State, when they normally don't do that in the regular season. Okay, fine. What are you going to do? Get the Sixers to play Golden State?
They already do play.
They play them twice during the season. No, I don't like it a little bit.
Bob Cooney for NBA Commissioner.
Question 2.
All right, Connor Thomas, how are you? Host of the Locked On Phillies podcast.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm busy with off-season stuff on Locked On Phillies, and yeah.
Everybody should subscribe, watch YouTube, get on the board.
Check it out.
Let me ask you. You just finished a fantastic run to the World Series into the Phillies. If Connor had money to spend, and I'm going to put it at $2,000.
Okay.
There's a bunch of memorabilia from the Phillies postseason run that has been sort of put up, and the Phillies do it for charity too, and everything like that. If you had $2,000 and it could pretty much get you almost anything, what piece of memorabilia would you want from this Phillies run?
Wow.
Is there anything?
For sure. Bryce Harper game-worn NLCS Game 5 jersey would be awesome.
A Game 5 worn jersey when he launched them into the World Series.
That's probably top of the list.
I thought about his bat
that
he hit that home run with.
I was thinking the Bryce Harper bat that he slammed down after the home. Rhys Hoskins when he slammed it down.
The Braves.
That bat.
That's a great
bat,
one,
because
too.
that's going to be an iconic.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I shouldn't have that. I feel like that shouldn't belong to a normal person. I feel like that's
so awesome.
Stop it. Don't
No, I swear. I feel like I would feel
I wouldn't want to take a ball away from Bryce Harper that he hit a magical home run for a jersey.
That's what I'm saying. Jersey, not the ball.
But this is hypothetical.
I want the jersey.
Pat, what would you want?
Connor nailed it. It was the jersey from that Game 5 home run. That'd be so cool.
Harper's he's so freaking attached, and everybody he's done such a beautiful job attaching to all age groups, all everything.
And I also want the Miller Lite box that Alec Boehm had on his head during the celebration.
I think that's already been thrown out.
Well, if they have it, I would like
there
that.
There you go. Good job, Connor. Check out the Locked On Phillies podcast, and you'll get more of Connor with that one. Question 3 goes to Coach.
Hello.
Coach, everybody getting ready for Thanksgiving next week, and you are a guy who's written cookbooks.
Yeah.
I read a piece yesterday on the secret to great skin on a turkey. Can you tell us your secrets to great skin on a turkey? And I want to know if you have some of the same ones that are listed by this panel of chefs.
Okay, are you talking about what you're going to put on top of the skin when you put it into the oven?
To make sure that you get great skin on your turkey.
Yeah, so I think that the easiest thing for people to do is obviously you're going to paint some butter on there.
That is one of the top 3.
Yeah, that's what I think I would do. I think that's what a lot of people do, but you have to make sure that you're basting the turkey the entire time it's in there. Bob, I don't know if you know if it's every half hour or every 45 minutes that you have to baste it.
There are different rules to basting. I have heard you don't need to baste if you properly prepare.
Well, if you're a master.
Yes, if you're a master.
Master baster?
Yep. I don't usually baste because my meat is tender enough because of the way I prepare it.
Okay.
But as far as skin goes, Coach, you went butter?
Well, there's one other one, too, that I would use, which is olive oil.
Olive oil,
Olive
Coach.
oil, of course, is another.
And by the way, Cousin Ryan checked in with that, too. Extra virgin olive oil or butter.
Now we're talking virgins.
That is really, really good.
Yeah.
Those are good. Okay, there is a secret, though, to making sure that it looks crispy and beautiful to your guests when you take it out of the oven.
The key party.
Do you have one?
No.
They say there's a secret to making sure that it looks...
The lighting.
No, it's not. It's not the lighting.
Well, a key is to dry your bird first. You have to dry it before you put on your butter and olive oil. Because if it's not dry, it's not going to crisp up the way you prefer.
Oh, Chef Simon. You know
I know Chef Simon. Yeah.
That's
Michael Simon.
That's his thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
I did not think anybody was getting the drying the bird.
Oh, sure. The drier your bird, the better it toasts. It roasts.
Okay, there it is. Is dry the bird, and it says it can be paper towels.
Man had 4
Yeah,
kids.
oh, God, yeah. You have
So
to
just put
have
a couple paper towels.
Oh, yeah. You dry that thing out. You dry that bastard out. After you clean it in the morning, you clean it really good. And then you dry that thing. It's drier than anything. And then you can do your... But here's also the key, John, to get it crispy real quick, is you cook it on a high temperature for the first hour. So your bird, like my bird is 25 pounds. It's going to cook for like 5 or 6 hours, whatever. But for the first hour, I'm putting the oven up to like 400, getting a nice crisp on there. Then I'm covering it and going down to about 300 for the next 5 hours.
Do you go to his website? That's exactly what he tells you to do. He
you
goes,
think I have a Cooking with Cooney segment because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about?
He says the high temperature for an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, depending on your bird, and then a tented bird.
Yes, absolutely. You got to tent it.
Bob's doing it, Coach.
It's the horniest segment.
All right, let's go to
I'm
4.
actually going over to Bob's house for Thanksgiving.
Question
You're
4.
more than welcome.
All right, Pat, best episode of a TV series that you ever saw?
Oh, God, man. That's really tough.
Okay, think of a couple. Best episode of a TV series.
Immediately, the first one that came to mind was the second to last episode of Breaking Bad. The way it ended was incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah. So that immediately...
We won't ruin that.
That's my favorite show
Is it?
of all time, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they had one bad... Most shows will have bad seasons. They had one bad episode. Everyone knows what episode I'm talking about, too, when I bring it up. They didn't have a bad season.
Okay.
The Battle of the Bastards in Game of Thrones is probably up there as well.
I did not watch that one.
You weren't a Dragons guy, but, man, that episode was intense.
My wife's watching the new one.
Okay. Yeah, so did I. Trying to think of what else.
Any others?
I mean, those are the
Breaking
two.
Bad's your favorite TV show of all time?
I think it was a perfect show.
I think it's a great show.
Other than one episode. As I said, like The Wire, like, people bring up The Wire.
I love The
I
Wire.
like The Wire. I liked it. But, like, season 2 sucked.
Wow, okay.
But, yeah, those two immediately come to mind.
All right, final question.
Question 5.
Bob Cooney, would you sleep out for 18 hours today to get face value Bruce Springsteen tickets?
No.
You've slept out, though, for concert tickets or sporting event tickets.
No.
Never?
No,
You
never.
never did?
No.
Wow.
I never.
I did numerous times, not 18 hours, but wow, I'm shocked. I thought you would.
No, I'm not that crazy. No, not a little bit. But we do have a tie-in with Taylor Swift, who we were talking about earlier today.
We got a big story coming up on that, too.
Well, I'm not going into that right now.
Okay.
But last night, or the other day, I was watching Springsteen apparently was on Jimmy Fallon, and one of Jimmy Fallon's questions to him was, you and Taylor Swift are touring at the same time. Is there any chance there might be an interaction? And Springsteen said, well, my daughter would have it no other way, of course. So his daughter's a huge Taylor Swift fan. So Springsteen getting on stage with Taylor Swift is open there. And then Springsteen said, and Taylor is welcome on the E Street stage anytime she wants. So don't be surprised, Coach, if we have an interaction between Springsteen and Taylor Swift this coming year.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Wow.
Or next year,
I don't want
say.
that.
I don't care what you want. I'm just telling you what might happen.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
All right, never do that again.
It's really bad.
Good
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
I can imagine Springsteen singing some of Taylor's best.
Well, we do try things on this show. Doesn't work every time.
I mean, Seriously.
I did like when we did during the pregame, Bruce Springsteen's rendition of "We Are the Champions."
Yeah,
I was cracking myself up with that the other day.
That does, Bruce.
Did we do that?
Singing it with Jeff
I
Lurie.
did it. Yeah, I did it. We were making fun of.
Now yours, of course, was just a great rendition.
It was solid.
It was really, really.
You gotta
funny.
listen to the pregame show to hear it though.
Yeah, you can do those things.
Yeah,
and you can listen Sunday during the pregame show,
yeah,
right?
You can't just give it out, Monday through Friday. That's a specialty.
That. We're going to talk about the Taylor Swift ticket debacle yesterday, plus a potential debacle for the Eagles moving forward as they battle the Colts. The John Kincade Show has 1 hour to go here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You can save up to 30% on your heating bills this winter. Increase the value of your home just by changing out your windows. Those old creaky windows that are letting in all the cold air from outside and letting the hot air out. Window Nation's here to save you. You're going to pay nothing with no interest until 2025. That's the major headline. But you're also going to get 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy. Your house needs 20 windows. You're only paying for 10, and they're not asking you to pay for it until 2025. It is a great, great deal. Their average installer over 16 years of experience and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, so you can trust them. But you know what I can trust? I can trust the fact that they've got every size, every style, every color at windownation.com. I can trust the fact that they are going to deliver this with nothing on the table until 2025. You're not paying a dime. You're going to love Window Nation. Check out windownation.com, do your window shopping, then call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show.
Sir, one more outburst, I will strangle you with my microphone wire. You understand me?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hi guys, it's Andrew. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? Did you know that a major medical breakthrough is now available and it isn't a pill? Today, Wednesday, November 16th, we're running a one-day special you won't want to miss out on. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels and improve blood flow. It's backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge. If you're ready to regain that spark in the bedroom, today is your day. Call us now and you'll qualify for the assessment and ultrasound totally free. Also, a gift that can produce rapid results in the bedroom in minutes. You're going to love that, guys, trust me. And today only, we're offering 5 tune-up treatments to our patients free. This is unprecedented, worth hundreds of dollars, but call today and qualify totally free. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 215-302-9999.
There is no doubt about it. Philadelphia sports fans bleed for their teams, and they bleed for each other, too. Every time they donate plasma at CSL Plasma Donation Centers. In fact, thousands of Philadelphia area residents have helped people they don't even know by donating plasma at a CSL Plasma Donation Center. Your plasma donations have helped create therapies for patients living with rare and serious diseases and have enabled us to provide medicines and vaccines to people in over 100 countries around the world. Interested in other ways you can partner with CSL to improve patients' quality of life? Ask about participating in one of our clinical trials or learn more at cslbearingtrials.com. We're proud to be part of this community, proud of our hometown teams, and the people who rally around them and each other. We look forward to meeting you and thanking you in person at events around the city. For all that you do, Philadelphia, we thank you, because together, we're saving lives.
Every drive starts somewhere. For First Trust Bank, our drive started in Philadelphia and continues to this day. As Philly's hometown bank for more than 85 years, we know this city's people. We understand their passions, and we work our tails off to help them reach their goals every day. Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Member FDIC.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Was the MVP. Craig was proposing to his girlfriend and needed the perfect ring, so he asked her friends for some advice.
Get yourself to Helzberg.
Yep, Craig went to Helzberg Diamonds. He learned that Helzberg's been in business for over 100 years. That means quality. And with their price match guarantee, he'd get a great deal and find the perfect ring.
Wow, it's perfect. Oh, yeah.
MVP. Most valuable proposer. Be like Craig. Find the ring of her dreams at a Helzberg Diamonds near you or at Helzberg.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop.
Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Visit Barlow Chevrolet this fall and receive discounts below MSRP on select vehicles in stock. Competitive financing rates are also available to well-qualified buyers through GM Financial. New vehicles like Equinox, Silverado, and Malibu are arriving daily, so now is the time to reserve yours. At Barlow, we will always order the vehicle you want with no additional dealer fees or markups. It's our goal to keep the buying process simple, convenient, and hassle-free. This fall, find new roads at Barlow Chevrolet in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com.
Fall is finally here. Summer's in the rear view and winter's on the way. Pretty soon, temperatures will start to drop while your utility bills will start to rise. Fortunately, savings season is finally here too, with special financing offers and rebates on a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system from Trane, including a whole-house air filtration system to keep the air you breathe clean and safe. Visit Trane.com to find an independent Delaware Valley Trane Comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
97.5 The Fanatic is going on a Philadelphia Flyers ticket tour presented by Coors Light. Win Flyers swag and tickets every 20 minutes, including premium seats in the Coors Light Flyers Chill Zone. Next stop, Jack McShay's in Ardmore this Saturday from 5 to 6 p.m. Stay to watch the Flyers take on the Canadians, enjoy great food and $3 Coors Light drafts or $15 buckets of Coors Light bottles. You must be 21 to win. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com. Coors Light, fueled by Philadelphia.
Bob Cooney here with the transformative play of the game, brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, transforming the stadium district in Philly. Well, that transformative play of the game, it wasn't a good one. 9:14 to go in the fourth quarter. Eagles trailing 23-21 with the football. Jalen Hurts completes a pass to Dallas Goedert for a couple of yards, and you know what happened. The face mask gets ripped. The ball gets plucked, and Washington takes over, ultimately turning that into a field goal that made it 26-21. And that transformative play of the game is brought to you by Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia. Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, transforming the stadium district with world-class gaming, luxury hotel accommodations, and premier dining and entertainment. It's the ultimate game day watch party headquarters, presented by Bud Light. Catch the action at Sports and Social or Center Bar with giveaways, contests, and special alumni. Sip on specialty cocktails at the Prime Rib. Try Philly favorites with a twist at Luck Fu, like cheesesteak egg rolls or the delicious Philly roll. Enjoy $5 Bud Lights every game. Game days at Live, presented by Bud Light. To learn more, visit livecasinophilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
It's spelled Kincade, Kincade. Just so you know when you're writing your complaint emails.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. Did you know that? Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Bagster.com. You can put a lot of stuff in the Bagster. So I had to explain to Christina what Wake and Cake was. The Saturday morning extravaganza with the charming Andrew Salchunas and always charming Pat Egan. But I had to explain where the Wake and Cake name came from and everything. And that
I had to explain that yesterday, too.
And you were trying to defend it. Somebody was telling you that you shouldn't use it. And
they were defending our buddy Jamie. Yeah, they were coming to his defense.
And Jamie had no problem with weight.
Well, yeah, I appreciate the guy's passion.
I always like when people insert themselves into stuff and think that they actually know more about your relationship with Jamie or somebody than you do. It's interesting.
I would hope that someone will come to my defense that way, so I took no offense to it.
Well, it's interesting. That cake part of it was intriguing to my wife. So she is going to make you guys a cake because she wants to see if Pat likes her chocolate Kahlua cake. Now, you're not a big chocolateman, right? Or are you?
No, I like chocolate.
Yeah, that's a different answer. You're not a big chocolate. That is her fastball, the chocolate Kahlua cake.
All right, well,
but I thought you were more of a not chocolate guy. Because I'm saying Pat's...
No, I get down with the chocolate.
You get down with the chocolate?
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll give it a try. Bob will like it.
I'll give it a whirl.
Cake in the morning.
I'm not a cakesman. As you guys know, I try to steer clear. It's really the only discipline I have in my dietary life is that I try to stay clear of sweets and cake and all of that stuff. And generally, I do a really good job. You know where my family went last night? Pat, you might know this place, and I bring it up because, John, I can't wait to taste Christina's cake.
Yes.
Cookie Crumble?
Oh, Crumble Cookies.
Crumble Cookies?
Crumble Cookies?
There's one in Wynwood I go to.
Okay, so I had Don and I had to go out.
You take out a loan?
Yeah, Don and I had to go out last night for that doctor's appointment that I had, and we come home, and the kids are gone. And, they come back in, and I hear, like, all this excitement. So I go upstairs to look, and there's about... How does it work, Pat? You buy, like, 5 or 6 different sample cookies?
It's more affordable to buy the 4. But you can buy, like, tiny ones, but...
No, they had the big ones, and they had about 6 of them. So I guess they had Mom's credit card.
Yeah, they must have, because that's probably $24, $25.
And they, John, I'm not kidding you.
I know the Crumbles.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So
they just opened one in Exton.
They had 6 different types. One was a apple, looked like an apple cake, whatever. And I took one little sliver of the chocolate chip. And my daughter looks at me and she goes, "Are you serious?" I said, "What?" She goes, "All of these delicious cookies that you have here, and you take one little piece of a chocolate chip." And I was like,
"Well, she scolds you a lot."
You took the
she scolds Daddy.
You took the semi-sweet chocolate chunk.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, okay.
And then
it seemed delicious, but yeah, I'm not a. But I am so excited to taste Christina's cake tomorrow.
We'll see. It's either tomorrow or Friday.
Tomorrow or Friday. I don't want to put the pressure on her.
When she gets into the, but she was fascinated by the Pat with the cake.
Well, that's
the Waken cake.
It's the second baked good we'll be getting because rumor has it we'll be getting some baked goods either tomorrow or Thursday.
Oh, wow, we're going to get a lot.
Yeah,
T-Dog, too? Wow.
I thought she was going to, like, Tasmania or something.
She's baking before she flies out.
Oh, wow.
Hey, now through Saturday only, save $40 on any repair of $150 or more at AAA Car Care Centers. That's a pretty good deal. See store for details or visit AAA.com/mycar to take advantage of it. On our discussion earlier today, Bob, of Jonathan Taylor, he's only missed really one game. I mean, he's played all season. When I went and looked, he said you
might be looking at the wrong.
No, but I mean, he's good. He's got 7. He's played 7 games, and he's played 7 full games.
Yeah, I said 5 games or more. He hasn't had more than 10 carries. He's missed. I thought he missed 4 games.
He's only had only one game did he have less than 10 carries. Only one. He had 9 carries against Jacksonville in a loss. He had 10 carries in another. His other games, 31, 21, 20,
right,
16, and 22.
Right, that's 5.
No, I'm saying, but I mean, he's had a lot of this. This is a big sample size. 129 carries attempts to rush isn't like a small sample size on Jonathan Taylor. He is a dynamic player. He's had 2 games when he's gone over 100 yards.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a 21 carry, 71-yard game, a 20 carry, 42-yard game, a 16 carry, 76-yard game, which puts you pretty much on target for a 100-yard, day. He has not been the same. He's not the same guy with this offensive line, and the offensive line is the one taking the brunt of it. Jonathan Taylor. It's like having I'm going to use again one of their columnists in Indianapolis saying, having Jonathan Taylor behind this offensive line is like buying the expensive Lamborghini and slapping cheap tires on it and not changing the oil. blaming that this offensive line has done him wrong, that this guy still has his A game, like completely has his A game, and he's being wasted behind this Colts offensive line.
Man, where have I heard that before? That a really talented player is being wasted behind a bad Colts offensive line. I feel like I've heard it before. Like a generational talent who's just getting destroyed by a bad offensive line. I don't know. It might have been a fever dream.
Look, I didn't think Dameon Pierce was going to go off on the Eagles for 137 yards. I didn't think a lot of the way people are running on the Eagles.
I still can't believe that happened, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles aren't very good against the run right now. I don't know what else to say. Maybe Indianapolis' offensive line isn't good. Okay, I'll take my chances on a Jonathan Taylor against this Eagles defensive line right now.
They're a team that scores 15 points a game. So this is one where just when you're hearing about the boogeyman, peek out from under your covers and actually look at the boogeyman, and you'll see the boogeyman really hadn't been that scary. But it's now Jeff Saturday's team. So maybe Jeff Saturday could, if they are, as Schefter says, they're playing with this great energy and excitement now, maybe they'll be ready to do it. How you miss Dallas Goedert in this game, though, we've talked about it extensively today. I still want to see a heavy dose, and I mean heavy dose, of the Eagles' best running back, Miles Sanders. My guy, Miles Sanders, right? Patty's always been my guy, right? I mean, I can no?
No,
okay.
Jamie and I have exclusive rights to
you
him.
guys, okay.
Yeah.
The Miles Sanders, I want to see a heavy dose of that guy, and I don't want the half-assed effort they did the other night. It's got to be Miles Sanders. He's got to be the number one thing when they're sitting going this week going, what were we thinking on Monday night? That they have to get back to that and have to get back to using their offensive line and dominating that team by being able to push the pile.
It just seems more of a case that they do it when it's convenient for them. They don't do it by planning to try and do it. You follow me? So if you have their first 15 plays that they script or whatever, you're going to have 4 runs at the most. Yeah, I mean, we all know that. That's just a given. And then if they get into a type of a game where that's kind of working and you're having long drives, in a first half, yes, you'll get a Miles Sanders with 7, 8, maybe carries, something like that. You'll be satisfied with it. When they have to watch a game and say, oh, you know what? We need Miles now. That seems to take time for some reason. It seems to be like, why did you rush him once? You need to hold on to the football. Why aren't you going to your running game? Why are you starting your second half with Boston Scott in the backfield? Why is your first handoff of the game to Boston Scott? Why is Kenny Gainwell in there for 32% of your offensive plays? Like some of this stuff, it just doesn't make sense. I don't think they game plan an awful lot. Let's see if you can follow me on this, John. I don't think they game plan to say today's heavy dosage of Miles Sanders. I think more times than not, you get Miles Sanders as a byproduct of how the game is going.
Yeah, considering how when they lean on him heavily, leads. They lean on him more heavily when the game is already decided mostly by the passing game.
Yeah, like how many times this year, 8-0, great, you can hardly question anything, but how many times in those games did you say, Miles Sanders got him out to that, or their run-heavy offense with Miles Sanders, that's what got him out to where they are? To me, it just seems more times than not, it's a byproduct. The Miles Sanders getting the ball is a byproduct of how the game's going, not how it was planned to begin with.
Luis, gotta love it. Luis sends in a tweet.
What's up, Louis?
What do you say, Luis?
And he says, do you think Nick hits up Frank to get an inside scoop on this Indy squad? This Indy squad, by the way, that has trashed him on the way out the door. A locker room that is literally trashed Frank Reich. And it's weird to me because I know someone who works for the Colts organization. And they are disgusted with the way that Frank Reich was trashed on the way out the door. Not saying that there weren't things that Frank could have worked on and that Frank could have been better at. But that Frank Reich as a person sort of getting now we got this great energy. It's so great to be positive back in the building. That they didn't like how Frank was depicted on the way out the door.
I'll tell you what, when you got done the game Monday night, Nick Sirianni, and you did your press conference and all that, and you finally got into your car and drove back to your Haddonfield home, first thing I would have done if I was him was go to the guest room, make up the guest bed, and text Frank Reich and say, come on over, let's have a sleepover all week.
I love it.
I'm not, and I say that a little bit kiddingly. There's no question he hasn't been burning up the phone lines, and maybe vice versa. Maybe Frank called him in advance and said, whatever you need.
Wants to help him a little bit.
And Sirianni's been plainly open with that, saying, look, we're not going to leave any stone unturned. So, of course, he's going to talk to him endlessly.
And you've got a motivated Frank Reich to say, yeah, I'll help you screw that crew over.
Hell, I'd have him in the locker room. I'd have him up in a booth on Sunday.
I'd hire him.
I think that would violate his getting paid by from Ursa.
He's a guest.
Jim Ursa.
That's all, just a friend.
Yeah,
friend hanging out.
He's free, and he was in town, and we got him tickets.
Yeah. Oh no, you can have him there, but you can't have him in a.
It's like you at Temple.
You can't have him in a secret. You can't have him in a coach's box, though.
I mean, that was the only ticket available.
That was the only one
Sold-out
available.
game.
Look, me and Mr. Way had a great time the other night, Pat.
Yeah. So it was the same thing. Like, you're in town, your Temple hooked you up, right? So
But you're
Frank's
right
in town.
there.
Frank's in town. They're going to hook him up. What do you say, Frank?
By the way, he hasn't called to hang out.
Who? Freeway?
Yeah.
That's not a surprise. I want to hang out.
But it is going to happen.
Maybe he'll be at the PJ's happy hour.
It could be. PJ's in Horsham.
Yeah.
May or may not. Freeway could
Freeway
potentially
could take
show
the
up.
freeway up to Horsham and then take the freeway up to Allentown.
It's not for
With Haley.
With Haley. The Taylor Swift debacle yesterday. Her tickets caused the Ticketmaster site to crash, reportedly.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't believe it.
No, I experienced it.
No, but I don't believe that it caused. What caused it to crash was the fact that all the tickets had already been brokered out to high-end ticket brokers.
All of them?
No, of course they can't do all of them.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They save you know how many from the Las Vegas Review-Journal? Pat, do you know how many of the lower-level floor seats were available through Ticketmaster?
How many?
10%.
Yeah, well, that's floor seats. Like, see, you go bougie, you go floor seats.
No, but I'm saying is that what they did is they got all these tickets out to the ticket brokers. By the way, you could go and find in Las Vegas right now, you can find beautiful selection of seats on the floor for 8 to 15 times face value.
Yeah, but don't give me Las Vegas. Give me Philly.
I don't know what Philly's.
I can't fly to.
Well, you could fly to Vegas.
There's only so many times I can fly to Las Vegas, John.
That is the truth.
To see T-Swift?
They are the Taylor Swift tickets, which caused it to. People were in queues of 900 to 2,000 within a minute. So immediately they got the people logging on.
Yeah, that happened.
We're sitting in how long? What number?
It wasn't for
what
Taylor
number
Swift.
did you?
It wasn't for Taylor Swift.
It wasn't.
It was for a couple weeks ago. It was a music festival in AC. I hopped in, and the queue I was 2,049 or something like that.
Oh my gosh!
No, I did get up to one, but by the time I got up, the tickets were gone.
So they stopped the West Coast. Did you hear this?
I did not. No.
They had to stop the West Coast Ticketmaster release times because so many people were complaining on the East Coast that they couldn't get through.
Well, you and Coach got into this morning. So, Coach, I need you to jump in and give us the yin to the yang here because I'm not really educated on this topic at all. Is John's case a solid one? Is the John Q public getting screwed?
I don't know if they're getting screwed. I think that there are a lot of tickets that the Ticketmaster will send out to the secondary markets, and of course they're going to do that because they're going to make more money off of doing that. I think that the people that want to go see Taylor Swift or anybody that would be in concert have a limited chance if you're going on a place like Ticketmaster to actually get tickets because the secondary markets is where Ticketmaster is making its money. And I think in 2022, that's where you just have to expect to go. So I don't think that there's anything.
What it is it's a dog and pony show that you can get face value Taylor Swift
semantics.
tickets from.
It's you're kind of splitting hairs here, and it's kind of semantics. Ticketmaster probably, and I didn't do all of the research on it. I did go on the internet this morning and looked at some of the stuff. Ticketmaster did have tickets available. They just didn't have a lot of tickets available.
No,
so what they said was the tickets are available. It's an accurate statement. So,
oh yeah, you could say that. You could say you have a 40,000 seat stadium, and you could put 1,000 tickets out there and say we had tickets available.
Yep, and that's how
they're not
gonna
lying,
get away with it. Right?
But what they're doing is the day before or 2 days before, they're literally selling tickets in bulk to these secondary ticket market companies.
And that's what they do.
And they're selling entire sections, entire rows, they're not that's to me, that's not fair. Like that is a misleading business practice. That you're putting tickets. Well, tickets are there, so the average Joe Q public thinks they can get a face value ticket. And the vast, vast, vast majority cannot, when they could go to one of those secondary sites and see entire sections that are available at 15 times, 10 times face value.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that's just the way that these companies like Ticketmaster or StubHub or whomever, they're making money that way. And you're certainly not going to tell them to not make money, and they're not lying. They're just not making a ton of face value tickets available. It sucks for the people that want to go to any concert. It sucks for those people that can't just buy face value tickets. But it doesn't surprise me.
So here's the big question.
It doesn't surprise me either. I'm just calling it out for the BS that it is.
Here's the big question, John.
Yes.
And you have to answer this honestly, and don't let Coach come and interfere in any way.
What's that?
Is there somehow, some way that Taylor Swift is at fault here also?
Taylor Swift absolutely is a party to it.
Oh, Coach.
She's a party to this.
Rebuttal, Coach? Taylor Swiftie and you?
She's in cahoots with the fact that Ticketmaster gets that the secondary tickets sellers are selling these tickets at 10 and 15 times value.
You're going to take that, Coach?
Well, no. John says that Taylor Swift is in cahoots, and I disagree with that 100%.
Are people who work for her on her behalf in cahoots?
Absolutely.
Well, then she's in cahoots.
That's not an accurate statement. I don't think that somebody called Taylor Swift and said, "Hey, we're going to do this," and she's like on the phone going, "Yeah, go ahead and do that." She has management that does it.
Okay, on her behalf,
and I don't
that she pays and hires.
Yeah, and I don't think that she has to. I don't think that she signed off on that. I don't think they.
So you think it happened without her knowledge?
Anything that has her name on it.
Do you think it happened without her knowledge?
I don't know if it happened, but I don't think that they contacted her and said, "Are you okay with this?" I think her management team wants to make as much money as they possibly can for her or any artist, and that's what they do.
Taylor doesn't care about her fans.
I mean, let's be honest. She knows exactly how this stuff works.
Yeah, Taylor hates her fans. Just say it.
Say it, Coach.
If I were to tell Taylor that you have a picture of her in your office, she probably wouldn't even give a crap. All she would say is, "Well, how much did you spend for your ticket?"
Well, I've already got it in the works that there's going to be a little meet and greet when she comes here to Philly.
Oh, Good work. Taylor, beware.
What does that mean you got it in the works?
Yeah, okay. I have friends.
You have no friends.
Dude,
I do.
Your best friend's a 10-year-old.
That's true.
That really is.
And he doesn't know Taylor Swift.
He likes hanging out with you, though. Wait a minute. Whoa. If he's your son, he knows Taylor Swift.
Well, no, he knows who she is. Yeah.
Because you probably made him listen to her.
No. I don't.
Never?
No. I don't make him listen to anything.
You've never had her on in the car while he's been in the car?
Yeah, he'll bop his head around to, like, shake it off or something like that.
Then you are made, because you decide who's on the radio, right?
It depends on what day of the week it is. I let him
Taylor
pick
Swift
his
is
channels.
32. I'm just throwing that out
tickets.
there. I didn't know how old she was.
I can get 2 tickets now for about $500 each.
Get for $500 each?
It's not bad.
Where are they?
Oh, they're nosebleeds.
That's not terrible, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't consider that terrible, but I guarantee you that is these seats falling into the hands of the average fan getting them is not. Because Taylor...
She doesn't care about her average fan. She only cares about the creepos like Coach.
She didn't care. She likes Coach, though.
It's not right.
There you go.
Coach is going to be the subject of her next album.
There we go. Hey,
Hey, creepo. It's just going to be Coach.
Coming up...
The Caesar's Creeper is what it's going to be called.
Hey, the final stretch of the John Kincade Show presented by Stretch Zone. Your body deserves a good stretch, and at Stretch Zone, you're going to get a great one. Book your free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. And it is Wednesday, Bob, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That means it's stretch day. I got it on my calendar today.
Sweet.
Get stretched out today. Feel good. Go to Stretch Zone. I'll be doing mine this afternoon. Remember, happy hour tomorrow in Horsham, 5 to 7 p.m. A lot coming up, including a Cooney's Corner question about the 76ers. We'll get to it next. It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Get the BetParx Sportsbook and Casino app, the official sportsbook of the diehard Philly sports fan. You will absolutely love it. Join BetParx with me right now and you can start getting involved in some of the hoops action. The Sixers are going to have a big one with the Bucks this week. The Flyers are in a season where they've already won more games than I thought they'd win before the Christmas break. And you can bet the Birds every single week. The line has plummeted, which usually tells you that the betting public doesn't know what they're doing. So you may want to get on the Birds now. You can bet on the action as it happens. Download the BetParks app right now. New users can get up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if your first bet is not a winner. BetParks.com's got all the terms and conditions if you need to check it out. Individual player performances is always a great way to go. You will love the BetParks Sportsbook and Casino app. Odds, slots, bets, and all together. You got to be 21 and present in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Join the John Kincade Show Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for happy hour at PJ Wellahan's in Horsham. Come out to say hi and enjoy PJ's delicious wings.
Hey guys, listen up. Losing weight not only helps your overall health, but research shows that it also can increase testosterone levels, which can resolve ED and low libido. It can help a multitude of things. With NJ Diet, losing weight takes only 40 days. That's right, up to 40 days to lose it contractually 20 to 40 plus pounds. Weight loss is contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize natural formulas and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no counting points, no prepackaged foods. Ew. No surgery. Schedule an initial consult at one of their convenient locations. Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, from the comfort of your home with live online video consultations. No matter how much weight you need to lose, NJ Diet is for you. Don't wait for your doctor to give you bad news, then try to figure it out. Stay ahead of your health by calling 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET, or visit njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
If you're hearing this, you could save an average of $702 a year on your auto insurance with NJM. If you're smelling this, that's the sweet scent of savings that comes with great insurance. And if you can see this, then your radio isn't a radio, it's a television. Now, go upgrade your insurance at NJM.com. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Figure reflects average annual auto insurance premium savings on a national basis for applicants who reported their prior premiums and switched to NJM between 5/31/21 and 5/31/22.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Did His Homework. When it came to Jill's engagement ring, Brady knew exactly what to get.
Okay, so I came up with a design and showed it to all of our friends.
She'll love it.
Then he went to Helzberg. Their incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds made creating that special ring easy. Her reaction?
I love it. Can't wait to tell everybody.
Everybody might know about it.
Be like Brady. Create the ring of your dreams at a Helzberg near you or at Helzberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
Tell me, where in the tri-state area can you find a Miller Lite draft for less than $1? There is only one place. Here, I will give you a hint. They make the finest pizza, wings, cheesesteaks, and hoagies in the universe. Did you guess Tonelli's Pizza Pub? Tonelli's food is straight fire, and his price on Miller Lite is insane. Stop at Tonelli's today. 97-cent drafts and $9.75 12-pack cans.
It's that time of year again. Free Coffee Tuesday for Wawa Rewards members are back. Every Tuesday, Wawa Rewards members get any size hot coffee or handcrafted iced coffee for free. Gotta have a Wawa.
That ding can mean any number of things. Find out at your local Meineke and save $10 when you spend $50, $20 when you spend $150, and $50 when you spend $400. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust, and more, trust Meineke. Doing car care right.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
Start NFL Week 11 off with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Whether you're new to FanDuel or not, get free bets back if your Thursday night same-game parlay doesn't hit. Same-game parlays combine bets for a chance at a bigger payday. You have Tennessee and Green Bay this week. You have a new duo out there in Green Bay. That's right, Aaron Rodgers to Christian Watson. Worked real well last week. Maybe there's some over-unders there you like. And, of course, with Tennessee, are you going to bet against Derrick Henry? I think he's in for a big game on Thursday night. The great thing is you can choose from one of the popular pre-built same-game parlays built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. However you want to play, bet the NFL on Thursday night with a no-sweat same-game parlay. Just sign up with promo code Bob if you don't already have an account. That's promo code Bob. If you have an account, you're all set. Just sign in to see what they've got. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. 3 or more legs, minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max free bet $5. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
He's like a jittery piece of geek jerky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Martin Law is Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. Did you see, Pat, I showed Bob during the break, the cheerleaders for the Golden State Warriors. Okay. There were courtside seats, and a bunch of the 49ers players are there.
Okay.
George Kittle's, Jimmy Garoppolo, and a few other guys. No, not Jeff Garcia. He was not invited. They were not invited.
Harrison Hurst.
So they weren't invited.
Okay.
So they're sitting on the front row, and one of the cheerleaders for the Golden State Warriors does a beeline and makes her way over to shake hands with Jimmy Garoppolo. Then they all follow to shake hands with Jimmy Garoppolo and say hello to, and they ignore all the other 49ers sitting there with him. Like, they ignored, George Kittle's a huge star in that town. He's married. So maybe they know that he's married and just sort of stayed away from him.
Or the fact that he looks like he does.
Could be.
Let's call it what it is here.
Could be.
All
if he wasn't George Kittle, he maybe, it could be the issue there. But it was it's you lead a good life being an NFL quarterback. I would absolutely marry Jimmy Garoppolo. I was not there with the Golden State Warriors cheerleaders,
I
Pat.
think you wish you were, though.
I was not there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was not there.
You would have made your way down.
What about freeway? What if it
been
was
pushing the girls aside?
Pat,
That's
what
my
if he
Jimmy.
was
It's mine.
Pat, what if he was in
It's mine, Antonio. Back off.
What if he was in freeway seats?
Yeah, you would have been chatting him up.
They have a little chat up
I think I have his
session.
number somewhere.
Yes, I'll tell you this much: a very good dude. There was the other member of the Philadelphia Eagles who was there.
Yeah.
Not nearly as friendly.
Well, you have a way about you, Jonathan.
I didn't even know.
Acquired taste.
Yeah, but I didn't even.
You didn't acquire it.
I didn't even make the approach to talk football or anything like that. Not at all.
Well,
Not at all.
how do you know he was standoffish?
No, it wasn't standoffish. It was just like very much like, "Hi, how you doing?" It was even just a greeting. I didn't do anything to. I'm never going to badger somebody or be like, "Hey, let me tell you what I do for a living. Do you want to come on my show?"
That's what.
Wasn't
that's
anything
what you
like
should
that.
have done.
No, I don't do that.
Walk up and say, "You
Not
know
when
what
you're
I'm
told
John
I am?"
Kincade shirt.
No, you don't
Who
do
are
that.
you?
No, you don't do that.
I saw the video that was filmed with Anthony at the game.
It was very, very good.
Yeah, it was
And
cool.
it got the kids fired up.
Yeah.
In the late in the game.
Very easy. I would say Anthony's video is the reason that Temple beat Nova.
I think it put them up. They were trailing when they played it.
Yeah,
They were trailing by a point.
I was behind the basket, but I was near Temple's bench, and I could hear Aaron say, you see that man up on that screen? You see the passion he has? I want you to play with that passion." They went out there and they did it.
Boy, Anthony had the passion, too.
They must have shown your video last night.
Why?
Because they
No
lost.
passion, they lost.
Yeah, they lost.
Screw you, Eagle. Hey, in Cooney's Corner, Bob has a question about the Sixers, and he thinks it's going to bring about more questions.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
I have more than one. And I
Okay.
have a bigger one that you know, John, I'm still working on that I have to figure out
Yes.
how to present this thing, but it's going to be of interest, so I'm teasing that for later on in the week with these 76ers. But we know what's going on in this Philadelphia landscape. We know that the Phillies got done their run. We know that the Eagles are now 8-1 and still considered one of the best teams in the NFL. So does that detract some of the interest in the 76ers? Probably, and rightfully so. But if you have a chance to dive in and look a little bit after an unbelievable individual performance by Joel Embiid the other night, the likes of which I got asked a few times in emails and stuff like that, of all the times you've seen the Sixers play, have you ever seen an individual performance like that? And I had to go back and think long and hard, and I don't even think it's close. I don't think I ever have even closely seen something like that. That was just absolutely remarkable. But my question to you guys is, are the Sixers flying under the radar solely because of what I mentioned before, Eagles, Phillies, early season Sixers? Or is the fan base kind of getting to be like, okay, yeah, we've seen this before. Joel Embiid's great. The team's just what they are. So I guess my question is, and I don't mean this in a mean way towards the Sixers at all. I'm just starting to wonder if you're out there listening or if whatever, are you starting to kind of get a malaise? That's the word we used yesterday. When it comes to the 76ers, in that you think they're going to be a really good regular season team, so the regular season just kind of passes by, and the playoffs are what's it?
I think the Sixers have done it to us. Sixers have done it to us 2 years in a row. 2 years that they should have won, should have advanced past the second round, and they didn't.
Absolutely malaise.
They've created the malaise.
I hate that.
I mean,
but they've really created it.
I know. But here's the thing. Sorry, Pat. I remember I told you guys before the Sixers season started how excited I was for it, and I thought they were going to get out to a really strong start.
You did.
And I thought that this starting five, along with the bench pieces that they added, was going to bring about a different energy, and it's going to be a kind of a domination type of thing that we hadn't seen before. Look, I know James Harden is out and Embiid missed some time with illness and this and that and the other, and there's extenuating circumstances. But I can't believe how far down. I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, but
you're a little disappointed. That's okay.
I guess I am a little disappointed.
They're 7-7.
It's not that I don't watch 48 minutes of every game that they play.
Right. But you're a little disappointed.
I mean, it took that Herculean effort by Embiid the other night
to beat the Jazz,
to keep me on that game. Because early in the game, admittedly, during commercials, I was switching over to the football game and then might get back a minute or two late to the Sixers game. And that never happens. And I was so excited for this season. Can it come back about? When Harden gets back, the way Embiid just showed how great he is the other night, can they bring it back? Can that energy come back?
If people start to see P.J. Tucker
I need to see less of P.J. Tucker.
No, but I think they're seeing that they thought they were getting something that they're not right now.
Yeah, we do this in this town all the time. Is a team will go through a drastic facelift, and we have convinced ourselves by the season start that it is perfect, and they hit on everything. And the reality is they probably didn't. You know, I mean the bench being built up and they're gotten tougher and all that. I'm still seeing way too much Shake Milton. I'm still seeing way too much Matisse Thybulle. Two guys that we know what they are at this point.
And Bob's seeing too much P.J. Tucker, and I think I agree with you.
I think 30 minutes has to go down to 20. I think maybe you look for somebody else in the starting lineup once Harden gets back.
D suggested it the other night with Connor.
Oh, is that right?
D. Lynham said, I think it's time. I would rather start. She said, and I'm not paraphrasing. She said she would rather see them start Thybulle.
No.
A little more energy defensively right off the bat. P.J. Tucker looks smoked, Pat.
I'd rather see them trade Thybulle. I'm done with them.
Well, then what do you do? Because P.J. Tucker
well, you could go DeAnthony Melton. You could do that in a starting lineup.
Okay.
You just don't play him 30 minutes. And if you continue to play him 30 minutes, by the time you come around to the playoffs, he's going to be dog tired because he's 79 years old in NBA years.
78. I'll be 79.
Sorry.
I understand what Dee's saying with the Thybulle thing. If you're going to get him going offensively and you're going to try to add speed to that starting lineup that has none
and
except for Tyrese Maxey and better defense, that seems to be a natural fit. It shouldn't be so hard for Matisse Thybulle to get you 10 points a game.
But it is.
I know.
And that's the thing. Like you said, get him going offensively. We might as well talk about putting him on the moon.
Listen,
there is no getting him going offensively. He sucks offensively.
Yeah, the reason
we got the video in the offseason of him dribbling. You know what we didn't see? A video of him shooting. Now, I'm not one of those people that actually need to see a video of him shooting. I know he practiced it. But the thing is, he's been practicing for 4 years. He is arguably a worse player now than he was when he came into the NBA. Shooting-wise, he's never progressed. There is no getting him offensively. He's horrible.
There you go.
Defensively, he's all right.
Yeah, he's gotten better this year defensively, too, because I think he lost himself defensively last year. But when you have the leading assist man in the NBA in a James Harden, when you have a great inside player or overall player in Joel Embiid scoring like that, if you're going to try to get Matisse Thybulle going, those are the perfect remedies to do it. But I hear you, Pat. I know what you're saying.
The 76ers, by the way, back to 500, play tomorrow night.
Back-to-back tomorrow and Friday.
They start an 11-day stretch of 7 games in 11 days, 3 back-to-backs.
And
3 back-to-backs in 11 days after having 4 days off.
Well, that was one of the things, and I've been noticing it more in the schedule.
Yes, I know what you're going to say, and I agree.
That when the Sixers came in and they kind of made their pitch to us and the Fanatic and our staff about the arena downtown, and one of the reasons why they wanted to do it is they're at the mercy of the Wells Fargo Center. They have to schedule all these back-to-backs, and it's a hindrance to their team. They don't want to play all these back-to-backs, but they have to because of their lease with the Wells Fargo Center.
And it is a hindrance.
Yeah.
It absolutely is a hindrance. It doesn't pay off for you. Hey, in Pat's point of view, he's doing something that he says, I think it may put a smile on my face.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
After that Temple joke, it may not, but we're going to let that fly.
It's going to bring a smile to your face, guys. This is my last day on the show.
That wouldn't put a smile on my face.
UPS.
Oh, they did.
Finally gotten back to
They're
me.
hiring.
They're hiring an event.
Oh, you didn't get Amtrak?
No, I didn't get Amtrak.
Amtrak turned them down.
Yeah. I wasn't fast enough with the puncher. No. So I wanted to look at the results of the last unbeaten team in the NFL and how they fared. Okay?
You mean over a series of years?
Over a series of years.
Pat, this is
Kincade.
Pat, I love this.
That's right. All right. So last year was the Cardinals. They lost their first game at 7-0.
Okay.
They finished 11-6. They lost in the wild card round. The year before that, the Steelers were 11-0. They finished 12-4. They lost in the wild card round. The year before that, the 49ers and the Patriots are both 8-0. Now, San Francisco finished 13-3. The New England Patriots finished 12-4.
Right.
49ers lost in the Super Bowl. New England lost in the wild card round. Rams 8-0. Finished 13-3. lost in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs were 5-0.
They were the last at 5-0.
Yeah, it's another team coming up. They finished 10-6. They lost in the wild card round. Here's one: the Vikings 5-0. They finished 8-8, and they did not qualify for the playoffs.
Oh my gosh!
Panthers 14-0. They finished 15-1. They lost in the Super Bowl. Before that, the Eagles were one of the last undefeated teams at 3-3. There were 3 of them. I didn't even count that. But you have to date back to. Let me look. I'm not wearing my glasses.
Oh my god! Pat, I don't like this.
2006 was the last time the last undefeated team won the Super Bowl, and it was the Colts.
Oh.
It's not a good history for the Birds if you're looking for a Super Bowl trophy. Now, does that really equate to anything? Probably not. But just looking at the history, a lot of teams are losing in the wild card round, getting upset, it looks like. So, yeah. Just some food for thought.
Pat, I love the premise.
I didn't know. Look, when I came up with the premise.
I love the premise, but you didn't know the ending.
I didn't know the answer to it.
And that's where, when I do those things, that's the same thing I do. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, you did yesterday.
I love that one.
Yesterday, your topic was the Super Bowl. Was it the Super Bowl winners?
Yeah, it was the Super Bowl losers.
Super Bowl, okay.
No, it was the World Series losers.
Oh, yesterday.
Oh, on yesterday.
Yesterday, you did like the record.
Oh yeah,
of the Super Bowl champion at this point and what they looked like. So I thought, all right, well, what if the undefeated
there you go.
team? And
every time the Eagles have been 8-0, every time the Eagles have been 8-1, they've gone to the Super Bowl or they've lost the championship. They've either won it or lost it.
Cool.
Yep. A championship, they've won a championship or they've lost it.
I mean, losing
they've
three
always been one of the
championships in
final
about 7
2 teams.
months would be the most Philly thing ever, right?
Yeah, I saw Craig Carton having fun at Philly's expense.
Why would he do that?
Because he was doing the Craig Carton show. He's making fun of the. I guess it's on FS1. I love Craig, but it was stupid. The premise he did was stupid.
He's bigger than you in prison.
He's fantastic, and that's terrible. And that's terrible.
We had a caller a couple weeks ago call up and say you're still big.
That's the Kentucky prison system.
Yeah, you're still big over there. Well, Craig Carton's a little bit bigger.
Craig was making fun of the fact that he goes, well, Philly, they lost the soccer championship.
And we did.
By the way, they beat New York to get to the soccer championship.
He's just stating facts, though. We did lose.
He's making fun of the Sixers for sucking.
Yep. Okay.
And the Sixers the last time the Sixers were worse than the Knicks was when Craig was probably in grade school. I mean, are we going? I mean, probably. I mean, is theirs? Then we go to the. Then he was making the Phillies lost the World Series.
We did, yeah.
Over 2 New York teams that were heavily favored to go further than the Phillies that didn't. And then he was saying, then the Eagles are no longer undefeated, and they lead the Giants and lead the Jets. So I'm like, seriously, with that topic? Shut up. Seriously. Nobody from New York should have a thing to say about it.
Sure,
it's because everything's better here. Everything's sunny in Philadelphia. And I know Craig loves Philadelphia. He's just poking fun, but he loves it. But BS. I love how you're dressed today, Anthony Gargano.
It was not a statement.
No, I love it.
I just grabbed the hoodie.
But you look very. It's like the Phillies malaise is over.
Yeah, I miss them actually.
I think you're already packed.
Oh God, so do I.
I think you're already packed for spring training.
Yeah,
I think you already got a bag packed.
I do. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed. You know what I enjoyed? I just enjoyed kind of everyone else falling back in love with baseball.
The whole city.
Yeah, man.
Do you think we've been talking about it today in a variety of different topics that sort of.
Because I got to bring up a topic you guys talked about.
Oh, good. Go.
Oh, my God. The turkey talk.
You love the turkey talk.
Bob.
You love that turkey.
Bob. Giving tips.
Bob knew Chef. What's Simon's name? What's Simon's name?
Michael.
Michael Simon.
Yeah.
Got a great restaurant in Cleveland. Oh.
Bob knew exactly what Chef Simon does to tell you to have the best turkey.
It was like going high heat, like
high heat
like
early,
Zach Wheeler. High heat for the first hour,
and then tent the turkey, but you make it all crispy early.
Yeah, man.
Bob Cooney knew everything to do. Coach did too. He had some good tips.
Yes, he did. I gotta tell you, I enjoyed that little.
I'm gonna have to cook a turkey sometime.
You got to do it.
I've never.
You got to do it.
Never cooked a turkey.
Christina does it, right?
Yeah, well, I've never cooked one.
You should do the, especially now you have the room, you should do the people do rave about this deep fried turkey.
Oh, well,
You know about this?
Yeah, my brother-in-law's
I don't
done
know
it a
anything
couple
about
of
it.
times. I don't want to do it.
Okay.
You know why, Ian?
Like
Because you have to do it outside because of the deep fry. I like the smell in the house.
Yes.
That's my favorite thing. I want that smell in the house.
I agree. I like this. I like the turkey smell.
The deep fried turkey. I used to work with an ex-NFL player who did the deep fried turkey. He was having a bunch of people over to his house. And the lid blew off the deep fried turkey, and it ended up 2 driveways away.
No way.
It blew the lid off it. He didn't know how to operate the deep fryer properly. Could have been killed.
Oh my God!
He said if he had been around it, could have gotten hit with it. Jeez. It sent the turkey flying through the air,
crazy.
though, like a catapult. Created like a terrible accident.
Oh my God! Your
It
5
exploded.
questions were good. I enjoyed the 5 questions too.
You
like the favorite TV series,
Yeah,
the
what episode?
See, I love 2 shows. Like I got Peaky Blinders and Gomorrah. Nobody's seen them, so
Christina's seen the Gomorrah.
Really?
I think she started the Gomorrah.
Oh yeah, there's a couple episodes.
I'm tired of seeing people in Elizabethan clothing or dragons on my television.
Right.
Honestly, I have to
Peaky is great.
I
Peaky
walk through the
Blinders
room
is
and
tremendous.
and I'm like,
I know there's dragons.
The dragon crap. I can't watch. I can't
Listen,
watch.
I got into the first game. I have not watched the sequel. I haven't watched it. It's sports time too. Like I have a tough time watching shows this time of the year.
Yeah, it's more difficult.
Yeah.
This time trying to find the time for it. But right now, as far as the going towards the Colts, your confidence meter, did it take a hit on a scale of 1 to 10? The fact that they lost on Monday night. I'm not blinking at all. I think they're the best team in the NFL.
It's not the loss that bothers me. It's the scheme that bothers. It's the defensive play calling. I thought Gannon.
I hated that game plan.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks in a row too. I thought Gannon was the sole reason why they lost the game.
Really?
Yes.
Even though,
I
don't know if you probably didn't see it with your transporting and getting off the air. NFL Live pointed out yesterday, Darius Slay had a terrible game. Well, the Eagles linebackers couldn't tackle basic stuff like the scheme. If they just tackled, if the Eagles linebackers just tackled.
Yeah, but they would. Here's the problem. Here's my argument to that. I don't.
Okay.
And I don't watch that. I'll be honest with you. I make my own opinion. I don't listen to anybody else. The only people I listen to are people in the league. That's it.
Okay.
Never listen to another media member. So when I looked at that, I saw a light box, and you can say all you want that those guys should have tackled. But when you're playing box against the run, that's gang tag. That is multiple players. They were a man short. And Slay was a product of where he was positioned by the coach.
Do you think we're going to see more 3 linebacker?
I mean, look who you're playing. You got Jonathan Taylor. You got Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. You got Derrick Henry. You got Saquon. You got Justin Fields and Montgomery. All right. And the Cowboys on Christmas Eve day. I want to learn a lot about this defense and this coach over the next 6 weeks. I got real issue with him. Issue.
I heard you say yesterday that the head coach, though, has to tell. Doesn't the head coach have to impose on them say,
I think
this is what I want?
My guess is here's the other problem with the head coach, though. If you got a guy in charge of your defense, you got to let him run his defense. Now, you also say, oh, dude, which I think he probably did.
Right.
Which I kind of know he did. Is at halftime, like, yo, dude, we got to be more aggressive. Like, we have to be more aggressive. You have to match and marry your offense. Your offense is how you go. Your defense has to complement your offense. Last year, I understand what he was trying to do. This year, and I thought for the most part he's been good this year up until the last couple of weeks. You have a big strike offense. You have an offense that, let's face it, a couple fluke turnovers is the only reason why they were stopped. You have to complement this offense with a defense to get in possession.
See, I think the offense let them down. Because I think the offensive game plan was crap. They were throwing the ball. They didn't run the ball. They didn't control the ball.
You got to have possessions.
Yeah, but when you have possessions, you can't be throw happy.
You need to be in rhythm. And the only way you can't sit for 12 plays, 11 plays, 13 plays, 14 plays.
Right.
The defense gets the offense out of rhythm.
Okay, when you get the ball back.
Doesn't matter. You need multiple possessions.
You can keep the defense off the field and get them a rest.
Get him a rest.
By controlling the ball.
After 4 friggin' long drives.
Yeah,
No
when you get the
Defense
ball,
all
control
the way.
it.
No way. Not even close. That's faulty thinking.
How'd you win the Dallas game? How'd you win the Arizona game? How'd you win it? With like giant drives that sucked up 7-8 minutes and you ran the ball and you leaned on your offensive line.
To do that, you need possessions.
Well, when you have the possession, you got it.
They didn't have the possessions. They didn't touch the football. They spent blocks of time on the sidelines.
I understand, but
because
when they
the defense could not get off the field.
Well, when they had the ball,
coach was playing passive. And he hurt the offense
when they had the ball, when they got possession, when they got the ball back. What did they do with it?
To run offense correctly, you need possessions to get into a rhythm.
Okay.
You need multiple possessions. You can't sit on the sidelines for all that time. You're wrong on this.
When that offense,
I'm done.
Okay, he's done. You'll hear more of them coming up.
We're up against it. I love it.
You'll hear more of them coming up. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners.
He sucks.
The Davis CPA Group, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives.
Oh, that'll lead you into it.
That'll lead you in. He's fired up. He's ready to go. Cuz Radio comes your way next. It's going to be a lively Wednesday. Have a great day, everybody. Got to tell you that Steven Singer Jewelers is hated, much like Anthony hates Jonathan Gannon. There's another reason to hate Steven Singer Jewelers. He's dominating the jewelry industry. Why? Because he's got the number one gift that everybody loves, diamond stud earrings. And the number one gift this holiday, the real Anita diamond stud earrings for under $300. And Steven makes it easy to buy real diamond jewelry from someone you love. No phony sales, no haggling, no nonsense. Steven's real diamond studs are flawless to the eye, near colorless, and they come with his famous full value lifetime trade-in. You buy a pair of earrings for $299, you can trade them in when you buy the bigger ones for $299, get the full value back. Plus, he's got the full 100-day, 100% no-hassle money-back guarantee. So shop now for Christmas with no risk. You do not have to wait. Check out Steven Singer Jewelers. Real diamond jewelers, real diamonds from a real jeweler that you can trust. It's Steven Singer. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show.
God, I am so sick of this crap.
Is this the show?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey, Sixer fans, it's Matt Cord for the Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. The Bet Parks app is fun to use. Build around on what you want.